The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 68. A Great Pillar. Hey, we got a connection, Pochi. Hello. It's good to know that you're still alive, Sir Ryan. Sorry for my foolish master sneezing in your head, sir. I knew something was up when he made a weird face, but I couldn't stop him in time. While you're one to talk, planning your after-dinner desserts for the next 2 weeks in your head, while I was trying to get a connection. Thank God those stuff didn't get transmitted to Sir Ryan as well. You speak as if your sneezing did any good, master. My imaginations would have made Sir Ryan's mouth water at least. Am I right, Sir Ryan? Ooh. It has been a while, you too. Looks like you are the same as ever, so that is a relief at least. Jude dash. The rapid-fire conversation taking place in Ryan's head, especially from Pochi and her long-term plan of desserts, caused Ryan's fighting spirit to plummet to the negative. Unbecoming of him, Ryan looked as if he was in trouble, all thanks to a combination of unneeded interruption and nostalgia. But then Asley and Pochi were silenced by the sound of exhaustion in Ryan's mind. I can tell that you're injured, sir. How are things over there? We have a monster problem. They are attacking the town, seeming to have formed an army under some form of command. I don't know whether Reed and Man are still. Well, no, I can still hear the battle going on. Reed is most likely still alive, I would say. It had been quite a while since they had last talked, but Ryan took no time to say anything unnecessary. At this time, Pochi was already taking bigger, heavier steps, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. Lala, who had been running beside her, now fell farther and farther behind. She was panicking as well for various reasons, but she soon shut up upon being warned by Czar. We'll be there right away. Thank you. But I'm afraid you will not make it in time. Ryan calmly took in and responded to Asley's words. Seeing that Asley now took up his residence in Bylania, it would have taken a few weeks for him to reach Falltown. With death hanging around right in front of him now, he could not take those words well and rejoice in the fact that help would be coming. Moreover, perhaps due to him having used up his mental energy to maintain the telepathic call, the connection grew unstable, and before long was cut off. All things considered, you have been a great supporting pillar to me, sir. Ryan looked up at the sky and felt the wind brush against his face, and as he reminisced of the time almost 3 years ago, when he had first met Asley, a single drop of water ran down his cheek. Damn it, the link's cut off. Pochi, how much longer? 70 seconds. 3 servings of tropical fruit Sunsmile Deluxe. 50. Pochi further raised her speed. Although she had already been running with all her strength, Pochi's performance had been hindered by the pressure on her body, originating from her concern for the people in predicament. With Asley's attempt at getting her to relax, Pochi was now dispelled of her worry, even if only on a surface level. Oh ho, he does give his familiar the proper treatment when it counts, after all. Or no, perhaps this was their unique form of relationship, derived from their friendship and closeness of mind. Czar, sticking his heads outward from the sides of Lala's face, spent his time analyzing Asley's speech cues. To that stupid fast. I don't think I can handle any more than this, Sir Instructor. Then leave them. Sir Asley is most likely heading to the North Gate, straight ahead of us. That is currently the only spot with a low density of monsters. Make use of that gap and leap onto the wall of the North Gate. Then head in the opposite direction of Pochi. If she already had a plan in mind, then you will not have to worry yourself with what to do accordingly. Yes, sir. Asley, sitting on Pochi as she ran on ahead, started drawing a spell circle. He was preparing a big spell to open the path for Pochi. Rise, sharp wind asteriscos and remote control. The blades of wind, with speed greater than Pochi's, streaked violently ahead in the form of green beams of light. Asley controlled each of their directions with the waving of his hands. Czar's jaws practically dropped upon witnessing the whole process. Wonderful. We never thought there was anyone in this world who could control such an advanced spell with such precision. With this, the attack will most likely leave the North Gate untouched. One particular monster, seemingly the leader of the swarming zombie lords in front of the North Gate, was cut up finely by the spell without even being noticed. The wind shredded the earth and wrenched open the way of Pochi's advance, enabling her to run in a perfectly straight line all the way up to the gate itself. Pochi, you go to the east gate. Rise all up. Oh woo! Pochi leapt, and at the same time, Asley hopped off Pochi's back. Then both of them landed on top of the north gate. Pochi immediately turned left and ran along the top of the wall, heading to the east gate as she had been instructed. Following right behind them was Lala, also jumping up. Well then. We shall stay here, and you, Lala, shall head to the west gate. Invoke the scarecrow mode. Zar separated himself from Lala, landing in front of the north gate and then coiling his long, thin body. Yes, sir. Lala's eyes, in response to Zar's instruction, transfigured from their pure, energetic color to a cold, lifeless one. That was none other than the color they had possessed when Asley had first met her. Lala, whose eyes now wore an inorganic color, said nothing more as she proceeded to run to the west gate. One of Zar's heads trained on Lala, keeping an eye on her as she went away, and when she was out of sight, a certain loud sound originated from the direction of the east gate, echoing far and wide through the sky. The east gate was torn down in a thunderous crash. Ryan, sword still in hand, had dried up all the tears he could shed, and was now gritting his teeth through all the injuries that he had sustained. As ghastly as he was now, Ryan took a second to observe the monster army in front of him, then the deep cut in his flank, and proceeded to laugh. He knew that he did not have much time left in this world, yet he rushed on, shredding his way through the fearless, lifeless zombie lords in the front lines. The zombie lords' corroded bodies twitched and writhed on the ground, as if attempting to crawl despite all odds, yet in the end, they were being finished off by Ryan and his advantage of having the high ground. The display caused a great deal of hesitation to grab hold of the goblins' minds. Kah! Now Ryan invoked Fortify Strength, Fortify Resilience, and Tempest, which he had refused to use outside of truly desperate circumstances. For a brief moment, his body was covered in a light of shining gold. Ryan kept on swinging, without even flinching from the blood that gushed out his mouth, with his sword on the verge of shattering. The display distorted the goblin's expressions into one of true terror. One swing after another, one cut after another, one shredded zombie lord after another. Ha! Activating one of his special sword techniques, the aerial dancer, he had plunged headfirst into the sea of monsters, to cut his way to the center, where the vitals of the army were. This was to draw their aggression away from the townspeople behind him, and instead onto himself. Completely surrounded by monsters, Ryan raised a prominent war cry. It was to be the last burst of energy of a man who now faced death. The last push of a man who has now given up on the road ahead, choosing instead to ensure that the others lived on. A man with images of monsters reflected in his eyes, was now the embodiment of terror itself. The unceasing war cry, and the unstoppable abnormal speed, accompanied the ferocious blade as each swing unleashed a staggering wind pressure. Monsters witnessed one of their death brethren after another scatter in all directions. The bout lasted a brief moment, but that moment was enough to exhaust the lives of many of them, and to make them feel as if it lasted an eternity. But at the end of the day, as far as Ryan was concerned, that brief moment felt as brief as it actually was. And when that moment was over, Ryan's exhaustion caught up with him, causing him to fall to his knees. Although he exerted more of his strength, his legs no longer listened to his command. Ryan's expression clouded up, as he held his cramped legs. So this is as far as I go. With the war cry of the monster's reinforcements, the terror he had previously induced in the monsters now turned into their bloodthirst. The goblins rushed for him, yelling as if definitively assured of their victory, of Ryan's death. And then, I'm sorry everyone, bois dash. Ryan, met with an intense, sudden impact on his body, let out a strange exclamation from his lungs. Was I flung up? No, I'm flying? Upon what was supposed to be a landing, Ryan felt another sudden impact on his body. It took a few moments, when the slight pain subsided, for him to open his eyes once more. Filling his line of sight was the dark silhouette of a creature he was familiar with, a giant dogwolf. It did not seem to be his imagination that a faint, sweet fragrance exuded from around the creature's mouth. Ryan's body was being held gently in between its fangs. Its handling was the silk-like delicate, its hold not even further damaging his already tattered armor. Considering the fact that he was in its mouth, Ryan thought for a second that he was being eaten by a newly arrived monster, but then the dog-wolf put Ryan back down on the ground. "See, could you be?" Ryan began to speak. Huff 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 huff, phew. I finally got to breathe. Huff huff huff. Kadash. Huff, huff huff. Phew phew. A long time so see, Sir Ryan. You have quite a mild taste of blood on you right now, sir. A little sourer than my master's, so I think this is just right for the wild, big bad wolves to enjoy. You are Pochi. Ryan, with his body already at its limit a long time ago, finally lost consciousness. Pochi smiled and turned to look at her surroundings, then back at Ryan again. Conscious or no, his was definitely the face of a veteran warrior who had just held back an army by himself. Pochi licked once on Ryan's face, while also taking care to not move his body too much. He had lost quite a lot of blood, with Pochi sensing with her tongue that his body temperature was dropping rapidly. Oh no, I need to get him to my master, otherwise his condition will get dangerous. The monsters, initially dumbfounded by Pochi's entrance, now realized that they were being ignored as they heard Pochi muttering things to herself. However, a majority of the zombie lords had already been disposed of by Ryan. So long as they don't have a grasp on their new target's strength, they wouldn't be able to make any big moves. The goblins in the forefront, with that in mind, kept a vigilant stare on Pochi. Shortly after, the earth behind them shook, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. As soon as they linked up, bloodthirst began to spread among their ranks once more. And then when the monsters' morale reached the boiling point, they found themselves surrounded by a bluish-white light. One of the goblins, which had been laughing together with the ones around it, now saw traces of intense burning on the ground around it. The once laughing goblins around it were now nowhere in sight, nor the ones that had been raising war cries behind it. The goblin now knew what was up, as apparent from the grin on its face being wiped off in an instant, replaced with a cramped face of pure terror. All that had been caused by some sort of emission from the enemy in front of it. Phew, that must have gotten rid of the most of them. White smoke exuded from Pochi's mouth and dispersed in the air. She had unleashed a zenith-level breath attack, one that she had devised in the days she had spent training alongside Asley, the Pearl Breath. In getting the fool's familiar title of hers removed, she had regained the full extent of her powers, and in turn enabling a higher magnitude of enhancement from Asley's fortification spells. Now she was able to unleash attacks twice as powerful compared to her 2 years ago. Pochi's breath attack of dazzling light, in disintegrating the swarms of monsters around the gate, had also erased what remained of the gate itself from existence. Now time to clean up. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 69 Power. Oh, hup. Few landings successful. In front of me monsters and... and what's that? Goblins are lining up in a horizontal row, and shielding themselves with zombie lords. And the marine lizards are rushing forward. These aren't the kind of strategies monsters would employ. Not in line with any of the ecology documented in my book, The Principles of a Philosopher, either. And I see some warriors fighting the in the back 127 in total. And isn't that Reed? Well, looks like he's gotten swollen over the years. That's what one would get from learning under Ryan for that long. Whoops, no time to get sentimental now. I have to get rid of the flow of this battle. Rise, arise, flash eye. I invoked a spell circle, making it display a monster board with data regarding all of the monsters within my field of vision. 87 goblins, 54 marine lizards, and 60 zombie lords. The ones to watch out for first would be the marine lizards and their long-range attacks, I guess. Good thing I've got a convenient spell just for this. Rise, arise, arise, monster name lock. Code, marine lizard. 2's prized spell. He had even named if himself, lock. As long as I had information on those I want targeted, I could gain a degree of control over the magic. Back when I had used it in the form of title lock to hold down the Laughing Fox's bandits, I had set their titles as the variable, but names were enough for monster minions, for C-ranked ones at most for now anyway. Not much information was publicly available for monsters above that, after all. If I were to know their common title and invoke the title lock with it, I would be able to make it work on monsters of rank B. And if I were to temporarily boost myself with all up, I would be able to work with rank A ones. Back then I hadn't expected it to work on mouse as well though. Which reminds me that Bomber Headtooth could work on monsters up to rank S. How I hate him. If I were to apply some boosts and fulfill some other requirements, the very best I could do now was rank A. That meant the ones beyond the level of all the ones I will be fighting right now, of course. Man, I really messed up, wasting time thinking about all that. Right, that didn't matter now. All 1 monsters in my field of view were ranked C and D. So let's use it. I could see Reed down there, but mana didn't seem to be around. I should finish this quickly. Rise Magic Convert. Spell name. Lock to Thunderlance. That was a magecraft for overriding magic. The marine lizards, which had been held down by lock, were now run through by spears of lightning that protruded up from the earth. The movement restriction spell had spontaneously turned into an attack spell. There's probably no monster on the lower ranks that could handle this combo. Reed and the brave warriors around him were utterly surprised by the sharp drop of the number of enemy monsters. However, this was not the time for us to celebrate our reunion just yet. What the magic? Rise monster name lock. Code Goblin. Yay dash. Now the goblins screamed in the back row as they were held down. Statistically speaking, they were more trouble than the zombie lords in the front lines. Now's our chance. Dunno who that fool is, but hey, we've got some help coming to us here in the sticks. We've got to stand our ground. Don't let any of them through. Yeah, right, calling a presumed stranger a fool right off the bat. That's definitely Reed. Next, I've got to provide them with cover and healing. Rise. All up. Count 7 and remote control. I had to prioritize power fortification over recovery for now. Them being able to continue fighting with those wounds meant that their fatigue was building up faster than pain. And that's why I temporarily elevated their physical abilities, fooling their body's senses of burden. Wah! I'm feeling stronger. Now, I can fight. What's this presence? Heh, so that it? It's got to be him. Everyone, it's Asley. That fool is here for us. Oh, I thought I was in a blind spot. Yet he sensed me? Right, Pochi might have told me a long time ago that she could sense me by my magic, or something along that line. Is my arcane energy really that quirky or unique? Asley, you need to go east. Chief and Reyna are at the east gate. Rise magic convert. Spell name. Lock to Fire Lance. The goblins, rendered immobile, were promptly pierced by bursts of fire. Now only the zombie lords remained. Seeing that things over here were more or less fine now, I initiated a telepathic call with Pochi, seeking an update on the situation on her side. Pochi, how's it going over there? His blood was mildly tasty. What the hell has she been doing? Please wait. Oh no. Sir Ryan's wounds are deeper than I thought. Please send a big one to where we are now near the east gate, 250 meters southeast from the place we separated. You got it. Having heard Pochi's report, I cranked up my recovery magic to its strongest. Rise High Cure Adjust. And Rise Ground Spell Delivery. Relying on my instincts and memory, I directed the healing spell toward the east gate. Alright, I'm sure Pochi can take it over from this point on. And so I proceeded to plan the process of healing the warriors stuck in combat down below. Quite a lot of them were already down. I'll have to prioritize based on the severity of their injuries. As of now, Zara is in front of the north gate, and Lala is at the west gate. Those two would most likely be fine on their own, but I can't help but still worry to some degree. What to do? Goblin detected, harmful creature, count 60. Zombie lord detected, harmful creature, count 45. Marine lizard detected, harmful creature, count 71. They are the enemies of the fields. Zem. Pest control mode activated. Initiating purge sequence. Lala situated herself in the watchtower on Falltown's west gate. Forming circles with her thumb and index finger of both her hands, she looked through the hoops and counted the monsters down below. The west gate had already been broken through, with the vicinity being filled with countless dead bodies of the townspeople who hadn't been able to escape in time. The goblins went at length to show the simple-mindedness of their kind in their evil celebration over the dead bodies. The marine lizards, on the other hand, rallied their allies with a unified war cry. The path to the central plaza had been blocked off by all the rubble, preventing the advance of the swarming zombie lords and other random monsters. Lala, as if descending the staircase of her own home, hopped off the wall without a shred of difficulty, the sound of her landing causing a group of monsters to take notice of her. The marine lizards bared their fangs, and the goblins poised for combat with their weapons brandished. Without any of those elaborate actions, the zombie lord started toward Lala, but right then, an intense flash of bluish-white light sparked from the side opposite to her, and after a brief moment was followed by a thunderous roar. That caused the monster's attention to instead stray toward the east. Lala made sure not to let that instant go to waste. Raya C. Earth Control and Earth Needle. In an instant, sharp spikes protruded from the earth. They shot up at the rows of zombie lords, piercing them and reaching all the way to the goblins behind them. The goblins, taken by surprise, pushed and shoved among themselves in an attempt to avoid the spikes. As the zombie lords fell like flies, the goblins struggled in vain to deflect the earth needles with their weapons. In the end, most of them also dropped to the ground. The moment the spell's invocation ended would be their perfect chance to strike. Some of the goblins and marine lizards had waited for a said moment, but Lala's fingers never stopped. The protruding earth started to move. Using earth control, Lala was controlling the movements of the ground itself. That control also applied to the earth needle spell circle, which had been set on the ground. As the earth needle spell circle was absorbed into the earth, she overrode it with earth control, building up a rhythmic fortress of the earth protruding, moving, then protruding again, taking out the remaining goblins and marine lizards. The monsters, unable to get a grasp on the situation, lost their lives not knowing what was up, and even the ones that tried to get behind Lala were pushed back and clumped with the rest of the monsters by the moving fortress. The monsters that tried to get away were killed, and the ones that tried to get close to her also died, only in a different manner. By the time Lala's dark green eyes showed their radiance once more, the monsters' corpses that used to be around her were no longer there. Harmful creatures have been exterminated. Scarecrow mode disengaged. Alright. I have cleaned the fields. At Falltown's west gate, Lala let out a fierce cry of victory. Meanwhile, on top of the north gate, a gigantic double-sided serpent has suddenly appeared. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 70 Black Magecraft. At the north gate, Zar revealed his gigantic double serpent form and caused a tremor as he moved, a sight that Lala saw from her position at the west gate, and that Asley was facing away from while he was minding his own business. Now then, it is about time we cleaned up the monsters in front of the gate. Whoa, he's huge. Zar, having heard the voice he had come to be familiar with over the past few days, turned one of his heads around. In response to Asley's flabbergasted reaction and absolutely loud whisper, Zar simply said in his usual tone, "It is quite effective as a threat against lower-ranked monsters," before turning back around. Now producing a faint smile, Asley also turned around and started casting recovery magic to heal the foul braves. The enemy may have been low-tier monsters, but that didn't change the fact that they had found themselves in an unusual situation. The monsters had been extremely efficient in both offense and defense. Zar unleashed fierce breath attacks from both his mouths, with the zombie lords being the first on the list to be burnt to nothingness by the streams of fire. It seemed that everything around the north gate was more or less taken care of, but then a disaster approached. Zar gazed at a certain silhouetted figure as it streaked through the battlefield, and to trace its path, goblin, marine lizard, and zombie lord reinforcements appeared in droves. It was as if they had burrowed themselves up from the earth itself. Humph, we had thought the previous number of monsters never would have been enough to make it through. So that is where they are coming from. We foresee this becoming quite ugly if things drag on. Sir Asley. Zar, without turning around, called out to Asley. What is it? Without getting his eyes off his work, Asley replied instead with the telepathic call Magecraft. Oh ho, the ancient art of Magecraft. Impressive. Now regarding the enemy, if our memory serves well, they appeared from a magecraft of a distant land, a black magecraft, one fit for the same designation of extremes, such as the devil contract. Asley's body immediately stopped all movement. Zar was ultimately not all that interested in Asley's telepathic call magecraft, instead bringing up the topic of black magecraft, which even Asley knew almost nothing about. Black magecraft. The forbidden arts that were hidden away by the dark elves? How do you know about them, Zar? Humph, we suppose that matter can be left for a later time. For the discussion to proceed, we suppose a practitioner must first be found. That particular reply felt awfully familiar to Asley. He was reminded of Melchi as he remembered from their encounter 2 years ago, but that did not answer how that related to what Zar had said. And so he only acknowledged the reply he had received and ended the telepathic call. I thought he was just a Kagachi youngling, but that's probably Zar's former size. That would explain his extensive knowledge. And then there's Lala's age to consider. What in the world is going on? Asley's face had clouded up for a brief moment, what with the piece information he had just received being so hard to swallow down, but thankfully, he was now able to shift his course of action as he was presented with a new piece of information. After he was done healing the foul braves, he proceeded to invoke a spell in the direction where there was a sudden outburst of monster reinforcements. Rise, Magic Stalker! A red beam of light streaked through an active magecraft on the battlefield. Or in other words, the shadow that monsters were spawning from. The beam was supposed to be pointing at the one who had drawn the craft circle. But instead it drew a folding fan-like arc along the outer wall that linked the north and east gates. Asley focused his eyes all he could, but found no one there. The invocation of his spell had been perfectly normal. However, the fact that there was no target to be found painted quite an expression of doubt on Asley's face. But then he heard Zar's voice coming from behind him once again. You there, we can see you. Surely you did not expect to deceive our eyes, did you? Zar's eyes flashed with a bright red light. What emerged at the end of his gaze, at the end of Magic Stalker's light, was a black, wriggly something. Asley's blinked and focused once again, this time seeing a humanoid male figure, seemingly a mutant, clad in black tatters. His eyes were especially suspicious, glowing a ferocious, monstrous, dazzling gold, and his mouth gaped far wider than what humanly possible. Lining his gums were what seemed closer to fangs than teeth, what with how impossibly sharp they looked. His ears seemed to have been mutilated, and his face was covered in severe burn scars. His presence had been uncovered only because Zar could detect targets with their body heat. That's shadow-blending magic, like the one Mel showed me. But more importantly, what in the world is that? Sir Asley, you leave this place to us and go do something about that individual. Now that you know that he is a principal offender, anything less than his defeat is unacceptable. Yes. Asley started running toward the mutant. The opponent, facing Asley as they ran along the top of the wall, crouched down and started drawing a circle. Asley also drew a circle as he ran on, and then invoked the magecraft at his left hand. Rise, arise, shift stance. Hit point reduction. Ugh dash. The interference magecraft was targeted at the black magecraft at the mutant man's feet. It converted the craft circle to a spell circle, and then modified its properties. With that, Asley successfully stopped another outpour of monsters before things went south. From a result-oriented standpoint, this action also did a great deal to assist Lala, Zar, and Pochi to keep on doing what they needed to. The mutant, although a second slower than Asley, also successfully invoked his spell. Rock Blast. His voice was difficult to comprehend, his enunciation extremely unclear. The spell he had invoked was directed at the top of the outer wall. Asley started to run again, but then was met by the explosion at the position he was about to head toward. In the face of a spell that had just instantly blown off a few meters of the outer wall's top, Asley braked his rush, cold sweat streaming down his face. That was close. Man, that's a pretty stinging spell. You've got good speed and power. All right, rise, arise, demonic acceleration. Now he unleashed the magecraft to buff the effect of his hit point reduction spell. It was the same combo that Asley had used against on Ogre Queen some time ago, as Gaston had witnessed. Asley then proceeded to invoke his appraisal glasses. Since he has now lost the high ground and created some distance from the mutant man, this was done so that he would play his next card right. Name Cleeth. Titles: LV, HP 4719, MP 3381, EXP. Special skills: someone's who's overcome the invisible wall. Huh? My appraisal glasses can't see through him, so that must be it. Not to mention how he's got so much raw power as a mage. Godash. The mutant man almost instantaneously lifted the magic effect off himself via an arcane energy release technique. Hoo boy. And he just got rid of my easy way out just like that. This guy's quite a tough customer. You interfere, why? From an objective standpoint, it would be strange not to interfere with your actions. Gru, you reasonable. The mutant man, seeming to have heard Asley's words just fine, cracked his mouth open even wider than it already was, producing an eccentric grin. Asley was agape in awe of the man's repulsive smile, but of course, the width of his mouth could never hope to match the latter. Asley tried leaning his neck forward and cracking his mouth once again, but then he suddenly heard a thunderous howl coming from further east behind the mutant man. What came running from that direction was the regular-sized Pochi, having already disengaged her gigantification. Both Asley and the mutant man were surprised by her unprecedented reinforcement. Asley had entrusted her with rescuing Ryan, so he had never thought she would be back so early. Oh Pochi, is Sir Ryan safe? Thanks to your magic, he's good as new now, sir. He's got the east gate under control. All right, show this guy how wide you can open your mouth. Like this. Wider. Like this. Ha, look at how she just showed you up. That's how good we are, strange man. Grah. You people funny? Pochi, having leapt over the mutant man to get to Asley's side, now turned to look at the one behind the invasion. Then her face was painted with an expression of disappointment. Pochi's expression prompted Asley to incline his head in doubt. Master, that man doesn't look like the mastermind type at all. From all the stories I've read, the mastermind's gotta be handsome, you know? You raise her not good. The man's reaction of intense anger prompted Asley to scold Pochi for her behavior. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 71 Summons. Black Magecraft. Considered the darkest, most vile among all magecraft. Their use had been strictly forbidden in the old days. It was said that, originally magic had been invented by humanity, and magecraft had its origins from the Devilkin. Although I had no specifics on that, Toos had said that the likelihood of it being true was high. His reasoning was that the Dark Elves was a race that handled the use of magecraft throughout the ages. Originally, the Dark Elves were simply referred to as elves. I also hadn't known this until very recently, but the Dark Elves did not comprise exclusively of brown-skinned humanoids. Instead, they were just as diverse in appearance as the humans were. Which begged the question, why were they called Dark Elves now? A part of the elven race, particularly the ones that had been exiled, had performed the devil summoning ceremony. It was unknown what they had paid as the price, but the contract between them had granted the art of magecraft to the elves. As a result, the elves had become known as those who possessed knowledge of the Devilkin, and in turn, had been called the Dark Elves henceforth. Having obtained magecraft for themselves, the Dark Elves had proceeded to demonstrate their newfound power. They had offered the knowledge to humans, in turn raising their standing among them, and becoming the race that had ruling over a part of the nation. And of course many magecraft had been invented in the process, which had inevitably led to heretics, who thirsted for more power to develop more powerful and dreadful magecraft. One was the devil contract that Tsar had spoken of. Through the devil summoning ceremony, one could pay some sort of price to obtain the knowledge of the Devilkin. The devil contract magecraft, on the other hand, was not so one and done. It was what it said on the tin. Those bound by the contract would obtain the very power of the Devilkin, the black magecraft. And then it was said that their souls were consumed by their designated devil after death, denying their ascendance to heaven. Technically, it was unknown what would happen after one's death, but it was a fact that God exists. I wouldn't be a surprise for the Devilkin to exist as well. It was also said that black magecraft was capable of controlling monsters. Monsters were creatures that had failed to become one with the Devilkin. They could be considered the advance party of the invasion of God's land. I see. Now that I knew for a fact that black magecraft could be used to summon monsters, it made sense that they would be controllable as well. Master, that man has been glaring at you this whole time. He's been laughing around with me for a while too. What a shame. Brew. So relaxed, you sure? At this rate, the women your reinforcements die, you realize? I had no idea what Cleeth was talking about. What women and what reinforcement? Pochi, on the other hand, had her ears twitch, seeming to have realized something. Wait, Miss Reyna isn't here? But Reed told me that she's at the East Gate? But Sir Ryan sent her this way. Well, she's not here. Damn it, you silly old fool. Pochi, having finished shouting so, now headed toward the passage that linked the East and North gates, jumping down the wall. And that's another tally added to my fool counter. Why are there so many chances for me to be called a fool by others? I let you go, you think? No. Shadow Domain Summon. This time his shadow extended, heading straight for Pochi. Monster mocks they may be, but an army of them is still an army. If he's using his shadow, then I'll use this. Rise light. Humph, light no hit, no meaning. Damn it. Rise light. Count 10 in remote control. Oh. The line of shadow zigzagged to avoid the sphere of light. Okay, one source of light may not be enough, but if I increase the quantity, there's no way it won't be destroyed. TCH. What magic? As if I'll tell you. Well, no care. First you die. Hell stamp. What in blazes? How'd he invoke a spell that big without tracing a circle? Wait, no, that's swift magic. Damn it, I knew I needed a staff. I'ma get a new one once I'm back in town. Yeah, make that my top priority. Rise Octa Boundary. I invoked a boundary to take on the descending dark elemental hammer, wrapping in an intense stream of blue lightning. Oh ho, so you know, conceal big spell with boundary. I know you're training fighting other mages. Ha, I've been fighting a philosopher every day, you know. Transient blades. Unyielding bulwark. And count on him to counter me with the appropriate magecraft. Unyielding bulwark. That magecraft was a favorite of the holy warriors. It neutralized incoming attacks from a fixed direction, the worst possible match for my transient blades, which concentrated its attack on a single fixed point. He's strong. Drawing speed, faster than 6 archmages. You are who? Like I said, I'm not telling you anything. Ugh, now these things are dragging on, it might be too late to use that. But can I pull it off? Rise dash. Air trace, high information. Scary. I let you know way. Hell stamp. Damn it, I knew that was gonna be hard to pull off. And rise Octa Boundary. To how long you hold? Vortex wing. Rise Octa Boundary. Grew. You. Funny. Damn it, the cooldown time of his swift magic is short too. Goes to show how well he knows what he's doing. So how can I break this deadlock, courtesy of this big spell of his? I need an opening. If only I had something to take him by surprise, even for a brief moment. Zar and Lala are busy dealing with the monsters, and Reed probably isn't going to make the cut. And Pochi seems to have left to search for Reyna. Damn it. Hell stamp and remote control. Dash. Rise Octa Boundary. You. Cheap. Speed up. Wadash. Woaha. Another giant hammer of darkness swung down onto my head. It produced quite an ear-splitting impact as it pulverized a chunk of the wall. So that's what he can do with a timely augmentation. Increasing its speed just before it got wrapped in my boundary, effectively avoiding it. Now that's what I call a high-level spell manipulation. Ow wow. Good God, that hurt. You still alive. I knew. Now I kill you. Come on and try it. Devil Conquest. Right then a severe chill ran down my spine. Devil conquest? I've never heard of that magecraft. Wait, don't tell me it's Devil descent dash? As if we will let you. Oh, Zar exclaimed, his voice resounding far and wide behind me. The voice then turned into a stream of purgatory breath, consuming Cleith whole. Oh, I never accounted for him being done with the monsters already. Ugh, magic shield. While keeping an eye on Cleith, who had survived by erecting an anti-magic shield, I healed the injury I had sustained from the hell stamp. Sir Asley, he must not invoke the devil conquest. If you want to live through this, you have to stop him with all your power. Yes. Any plans? Please give me 10 seconds. You can count on us. All right, I can do it. I applied an all-up spell onto Zar as he went on ahead, and then stepped back and started drawing a spell circle. I'm so grateful to have a frontliner cover me right now. Still, does that guy have a grasp on Zar's capabilities? Well, either way, I've only got to trust Zar to do his thing. Rise, arise, 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 dash. No, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. Ka. Tish, spring reflect. Zar's breath attack bounced right back from Cleith's reflection spell, but Zar just kept on unleashing it. Damn, seriously. He's keeping his breath attack larger than what's been reflected back, so as to wrap them all up. What power? Whoops. No time to be distracted now. First telepathic call magecraft on my left hand dash. TCH. Annoying oversized snake. Icicle hellfire. Now a spell specifically for dealing with the dragon archetype? It seems that he possesses an abnormally fast magic formula drawing speed like you, Sir Asley. Different methods, but still. Zar kept on unleashing his breath attack in a bid to weaken the icicle hellfire enough before it reached him. And then, right before the absolute zero flames connected, he shook it off with an intense whip of one of his ends. Weaken a lot, but you still fail to avoid damage. Ha, you fool. We may technically be one of the dragon archetype, but at the same time we are not. This degree of damage is quite insignificant to us, for we are one of the divine serpents. Moreover, it seems that our duty here has been fulfilled. What? My spell circle, complete at last, cast a faint yellow light to signify its activation. What that magic know this formula? That is so. It is the formula of the transference magic teleportation. It's your time to shine. Blazer. Bruce. Betty. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 72. The Direction of Another Beginning. The Silver Trio, who had accepted Asley's request to help Falltown in case it turned out to actually be in danger, were now already done with their preparations for battle. This was because Asley had asked them to do so beforehand. Yesterday, they had been told that they would be called upon through telepathic call magecraft on the following day, and so they kept themselves at the ready, sitting in front of the spell circle in Asley's room. As one could see from their expressions, they were not at all nervous. All three, as different from the other two as each of them were, had already steeled themselves to fight at a moment's notice. By the time night fell and the hustle and bustle of the town died down, Bruce had the honor to be the first to make a movement. He merely raised one brow. As subtle as that was, it garnered a reaction from Blazer and Betty all the same. So, Bruce nodded in response to Blazer's questioning word. All three, each armed with their respective favorite weapons, got up immediately and stood before the spell circle. This was the spell circle of teleportation, which Asley had set up before he had gone out. Since the spell has yet to be set in two separate locations, the circle here was inactive, but once Asley was done drawing the other spell circle at Falltown, they would be able to come and go through the link as they pleased. With the hands of the clock making the only sounds in their ears, they let time pass, and eventually, Bruce's face was painted with a disappointed scowl. Damn it, he messed up the timing. Must be a tough fight over there. What do you mean? It's always been like this. Hoo, you can say that again. The two, witnessing Bruce having another taste of the glorious Asley-ness after such a long time, subtly smiled with the edges of their lips. And then those amused smiles turned into wry ones when, at the next moment, the spell circle shed its light, signifying its activation. It's your time to shine. Blazer, Bruce, Betty. On the wall of Falltown's North Fate, a spell circle shed an orange luminescence and a wind-shredding shrill upon its invocation. And then the spell circle's light intensified as it absorbed in the particles. Cleith squinted in face of the brightness as 3 silhouettes appeared before his eyes. Shia. I see the enemy. Bruce, you go in with me. Betty, cover us. You got it. The silver trio just appeared from within the light, but they immediately knew what needed to be done and acted accordingly. Bruce charged at Cleith head-on, and Blazer stayed one step behind him, analyzing Cleith's abilities as he went. At almost the same time, Betty threw a dagger, which she had already drawn out back at Asley's room. The trio's smooth and swift flow of coordination prompted Asley to taper his mouth to a point and whistle out of admiration. Cleith, on the other hand, was having an absolutely terrible time, as apparent from the look on his face. For a single moment he had been distracted. His shoulder had taken a hit from one of Betty's daggers. Seeing how Bruce and Blazer seemed to have the fighting spirit of the 6 braves as they approached him, he now felt certain that he was in danger. Behind them all, Asley had already started drawing circles for spells to support the trio. Cleith, getting his table turned over so suddenly and definitively, had a single drop of sweat run down his face. I faced this much opposition, never expected. Zar had an indignant eye on him from further back. On the giant serpent's body was a new arrival to him. The girl called Lala. Asley, I hath cleaned up the west. Many thanks. All up. Count 4 in remote control. Asley unleashed a body augmentation spell for the silver and the newly returned Lala, and then dashed up to Bruce's side. Surprised by the totally unexpected turn of events, Cleith instantly stepped further back. Asley brandished his right fist and charged at Cleith. Cleith brushed aside the arcane energy-induced punch, but then he realized how Asley employed an advanced form of martial art. Why you? Not a mage. I'm a warrior. Bruce immediately answered. Hudash, did not ask you. I'm a dog. What? Thrown off by Bruce's vigorous shout, and then by the voice another new arrival from behind him, Cleith now faced certain defeat. Cleith jumped back without realizing that the one waiting for him back there was none other than Pochi, and was subsequently bitten on his left arm. In the end, Pochi successfully tore the arm off. Zem. Finish him. Dash brutal Pochi move dash pachitality? Juich dash. Gritting his teeth to bear with the pain of his lost arm, Cleith spun around and grabbed Pochi on her head with his right hand, then stepped on her back and jumped away. In one bound he leapt all the way down the northwest section of the wall. His silhouette then blended into the shadow and disappeared. Bruce landed at the same location, but although he had been tracking Cleith's movements all the way through, he could not detect the strange man anywhere now. God damn it. Never thought he'd escape so easily. What, it's over already? Pretty anticlimactic if you ask me. Now it would have gotten dangerous if you guys weren't here. Really thanks. And sorry for asking for your help at such a busy time. Asley did not forget to apologize for their inconvenience as well. Zar scowled in the direction Cleith had disappeared to with quite the grim look in his eyes, but since he no longer felt any danger, proceeded to slowly shrink himself back down. Good grief, what a troublesome opponent he was. Our shoulders shudder at the thought of him pulling that move off. But master, no matter how much I look, I can't see Zar's shoulders at all. Hey, you're talking crazy again. Wait, you're right. What do you mean we have no shoulders? The dog and her master, having received an unexpected follow-up, turned to look at each other with the same expression of despair painted on both their faces. No. How come I can't find Zar's shoulders anywhere? Calm down, Pochi. They must have fallen off and buried under the rubble there. Go look for them. Leave it to me. Ha, 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 ha. Taking a sidelong glance at Pochi as she started to actually dig through the rubble, Zar heaved a sigh. Asley, seeming satisfied by whatever he had achieved, turned to the exasperated trio of warriors behind him and gave them a thumbs up. Although the battle had ended with the enemy's escape, the trio received a sign of victory. They had not participated for very long, still a win was a win. They all shook off the looks of doubt on their faces and gave the same sign back to Asley. Seeing that, Lala thought over what the sign could mean, but since she did not reach any answer, she stopped thinking and went by her instinct, proudly imitating the pose instead. Victory! Shoulder! Meanwhile, the grief of a certain familiar resounded far and wide from the top of the severely damaged section of Fall Town's wall. The Silver, Lala, and Czar kept watch at the main entrance of town, and Pochi, on the other hand, still persisted in digging through the rubble. Fall Town had taken quite a severe hit to its integrity, with its utterly exhausted townspeople and warriors now all gathered at the plaza of the central district. There Asley finally saw the faces of Ryan, Reed, Mana, and Reyna, his dearly missed friends. All their faces suggested a great deal of fatigue, but they did not seem too heavily injured, so Asley felt a fair degree of relief. He prioritized those more severely wounded to be targeted by his recovery magic, and sent to Lala's way those lightly injured to receive their healing. Time passed quickly and now it was almost dawn. While he was going around doing his thing, he saw some familiar faces among the fatigued townspeople. He went to greet and heal them, without forgetting to give everyone a hug. Although this was indeed a time of sadness, none of their faces was darkened by despair. Asley smiled, surprised by their strength to carry on. Pochi came back by the time the sun had fully risen. The others, on the other hand, started snoring in their sleep, having relieved themselves of the tension and chaos at last. Asley, having completed his part for the time being, heaved a sigh of relief and settled himself down on a pile of suitable rubble. Phew! Good work out here, sir. Found any shoulders? Sorry to disappoint, sir, but there were only goblins, wha? As Pochi put on a sarcastic display of regret, several pairs of footsteps approached from behind her. Seeing 5 long shadows cast on the ground, she raised her face up, and instead saw 5 silhouettes bow their heads down. Wha dash? The 5 in question were Ryan, Reed, Mana, Reyna, and Adolf. Asley sprung up from his seat, disturbed by the unexpected gesture. What are you all doing? Please raise your faces up dash. We must thank you for coming to save us in the town, Sir Asley. Moreover, it is only natural for me to act like this. It is because I was emotionally moved my body took action. I cannot possibly raise my head just because you told me to do so. Ryan's words prompted the rest of the townspeople to stand. A silent wave it may have been, but it took no time at all for all the people to bow their heads. Faced with such a gesture, even someone like Pochi hid her eyes away in shame. Asley man, before we get to our reunion talk, just let us thank you first. So yeah, thank you. I mean it. You really saved our hides back there, Asley. Thanks a million. Reed and Mana subsequently expressed their deep gratitude, disregarding the fact they were having a reunion with a friend after 2.5 years. Following suit was Reyna, then Adolf, and then all the townspeople. Tickled in all the right spots by Fall Town's gentle movement, Asley raised his hand to scratch his cheek. And then, amid the seemingly never-ending storm of thanks, he finally discarded his shame, took a deep breath and stood proudly. Yes, you're all welcome. Upon hearing so, Ryan finally raised his face, with a subtle smile on his lower lip. Asley, riding on the hype wave, rose up in laughter, prompting another wave among the townspeople. Each raised their heads up, each showing a brilliant smile. Losing his bearings to a mysterious feeling within himself, Asley hugged Reed's shoulder and let out an encouraging shout. Master, is it fine for me to open my eyes yet? Pochi's comical predicament, on the other hand, would be noticed by Asley a good 10 minutes later. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 73, The Preaching. As a new morning paid its visit to the Central District Plaza, the exhausted townspeople finally lost consciousness, as suddenly as the snapping of a cut thread. Rather than sleep, perhaps it would be more fitting to say that they had fainted. Even Ryan found himself sound asleep with his back against a wall. After all, even though his wounds had been healed by magic, restoring his stamina would not be an easy task. Perhaps that is the challenge I ought to tackle next. The Silver, Lala, and Czar took turns keeping watch at Falltown's vital points. All I had told Ryan about them so far was that they were reliable and trustworthy. Still, Ryan understood, and so did the rest of the townspeople. Reed and Manna were now asleep, with their backs leaned against the others. So was Raina, surrounded by the children, occasionally puffing out soft sleeping breaths as she slept. Adolf was the one who had surprised me the most. I did remember him being the most competent among the ones who had attended Manna's combatant class, but he had become so different after just 2.5 years' time. Although he couldn't measure up to Manna and Reed just yet, Ryan had even said that he would be the one to watch for in the future. Tifa, on the other hand, was now a particular point of concern. Apparently, she had departed from town only a few weeks ago. She was headed to Bylania, of course. The path she would go down was not yet set in stone at this point, but if she were to enroll into the Magic University, then the letter of recommendation she had taken with her wouldn't do any good. Out of concern, I had tried initiating a telepathic call, but the same as with Ryan a few days back, I had received no answer. I would be fine and all if we knew for a fact that she was safe, but for some reason, the townspeople did not seem to show any worry for her. Could this be an implication of just how much Tifa had grown since then? Now the utmost issue at hand is that guy. Cleith, the one who had attacked Falltown. He possessed abnormal strength, ability to strategize and grasp the flow of battle, and was also brutally decisive. All across the board, he was above the top-grade adventurers. To be honest, I would never have been able to take him on alone. If he were to be graded by monster standards, his abilities would put him on an equivalent of rank SS. To add on top of all that, his black magecraft, Devil Conquest was it now. When Cleith had initiated the drawing of that magecraft formula, I had felt a dreadful degree of bloodthirst, as if the muscles around my spine had been frozen over. Chances are that was fabled dreaded black magecraft for devil descent, for the practitioner to call their contracted devil down from beyond to annihilate their opposition. From what I had previously heard from Tus, the capabilities of one of the devilkin was apparently comparable to a holy warrior. As Czar had said, if the descent had been successful, things would have gone south really quick. Still, couldn't Cleith have just summoned his devil after he had escaped and hit himself? Wouldn't that be an easy victory if he were to come back for another attack? With that in mind, I initiated a telepathic call with Tus. And that's that. Have any ideas? Ew. Devil Conquest. I thought you'd be better off not knowing, but since your enemy'd used it, I ought to teach ya. The Devil Conquest Black Magecraft is, simply speaking, a super strong version of the magic point reduction spell. Ew. So you mean while a summoned devil is active, MP would be drained? Fast as lightning. Cost of that, it's a double-edged sword. Using that would blow everyone around him away, so not like it was going to cause much danger if you play your cards right. Chances are he figured he ain't got enough MP to run off, call his devil, and then come back. Ooh. So that's how it works. Still, do you have any idea why he would attack this town? No offense, but it's not like this town's got anything special. You know? Ooh. Like I used to tell you, the treasure trove of knowledge, the Philosopher's Stone, may reside in the neighboring regions, or even in Falltown itself. Hey, you never told me that. Oh? Did I not? About that stone you need to struck the craft circle of limit breakthrough, the secret ancient formula? Hell if I know. Did you seriously keep something that important to yourself? Stuff's not that important to me, actually. Well, so there you have it. I'm kinda busy here, so see ya. Hey, wait a sec. What's the Philosopher's Stone like? Shape? Color? Size? Dash. Oh, for the love of, he hung up. Bastard won't even let me reconnect. Damn it, I'd made the false assumption that I'd be able to contact him at any time. And he threw at me important stuff so randomly, as if he just remembered them. I swear, this is why I hate dealing with geezers. Ugh, now. Let's get the situation sorted out. Falltown was attacked because of the Philosopher's Stone presumed existence, even though, for all I know now, it was just a vague possibility. In which case, it was now clear as day why Falltown had been abandoned by the nation. As the Philosopher's Stone was a key for one to attain great power, it was the duty of the Devil King's advance party to intercept it. The more I know, the more troublesome this business gets. I wouldn't be able to reach a verdict on the situation by myself. I suppose it'll depend on how much information Mel has managed to gather. And then we would be able to plan our next move, huh? Toos, on the other hand, he said he was kinda busy. Normally, all he would do was training his muscles and invent new spells and magecraft. Wouldn't he? He would have been fine being on call while doing his usual stuff. Really, what is he doing? Anyway, right now we've got to do something about Falltown. The place once had a population of almost 1,000, but because of the incident, there were now not much more than 200 left. That hadn't had much in terms of valuable manpower in the first place, and neither the means to increase their population. The townspeople had children, of course, but in reality, the elderly had been passing away faster amid the harsh state of affairs. I would like to do something, anything, but the Potchesley agency can't possibly accommodate them all. Moreover, some people would surely prefer to remain in this town. While I laid face down, lost in deep thought, Bruce came up to sit next to me and sparked a much-needed conversation. Hey Asley, thinking about stuff by yourself again? Oh, yeah, considering how many people are in need now, we'd need to migrate away, but I can't come up with any good plan. Ha ha ha, you're trying to take care of absolutely everything, man. Of course you can't. I mean, should I not? If I don't do anything, everyone would die here, right? That turned out harsher than I would have liked. Not quite an outburst, but that had been enough to wake everyone up and draw their attention. Having heard me say what I had said, Bruce proceeded to pick his ear with his little finger, with half exasperation painted on his face. People live, people die, man. Everyone does, same goes for you. I understood that Bruce was speaking of something other than one's lifespan. Still, I couldn't quite get a read on his intention, and could only stand myself up. If they keep living here, they're gonna die. With how harsh this region is and how bad the place has become now, almost absolutely will, I say. But just look at the people. Even in a bleak place and time like here and now, they haven't lost hope. I know we've been traveling for a long time ourselves, but this is the first time we've seen people like them. They've got old Ryan's power with them, but that's not all. It's you, Asley. You've supported them when they needed it most. What's important is that they never became too dependent. Everyone's got the will and guts to fight for their lives. They've been living without you spoiling them every step of the way. And now you're saying you need to do something? Say that to them and it'll be like you pouring warm water on them. Do that when things are cold as they are now, and that will kill them off for real, got it? Bruce showed me his rare streak of anger. Still, those words resounded with me. I felt something. Not quite explainable with words, but definitely something. These guys aren't kids, you know, just give them the stuff they need once they're relocated to Bylania. The town's in need of manpower now, so they're gonna get themselves a job easily if they're not picky. I thought Bruce was angry, but then he softened down as he talked more, seeming a tad bit embarrassed. While he did that, Ryan silently approached him. Ryan looked at me, then at Bruce, and said the one sentence that dispelled all my fears. I propose that we move away from Falltown, sir. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 74, I am a Garm. Oh, I am a Garm. Garm, take care of that lizard there. Ah yes. Tiske. Why am I under the employment of this rude human, you ask? Without this contract compelling my heart and soul, so I would be a free beast, so how did I end up where I am now, you ask? The answer lies in whatever happened months ago. Several months ago. Hey, come have some salted and peppered meat. Woohoo! Nom nom dash. Now. Here I invoke the Lord and Retainer contract. Present Dave. NGH, how did things turn out this way? I do not understand. My master is a bespectacled gentleman. Currently, we are en route to a certain labyrinth within the thirsty desert. Our objective? To subjugate a creature called Lizard General that resides there. This here is what I call a dead land, containing almost nothing but rocks and sand. Bones of monsters, animals, and humans occasionally littered our path. It is also populated by several kinds of the lizard archetype, but those low-life creatures are no match for one such as I. Now, I shall demonstrate why my kind is called the King Wolf. Prepare yourself. Gar. Think. Yay. Ga ow ow. Stop. I'm a garm, a king wolf, I'll have you know. What unrefined creatures. They don't even wait for their turns to bite me. Thunderbolt. Dash. My master's electrifying bolt struck my enemies. And me. Impossible, did my master include me in the targets of his attack as well? Ah, my master. What a stimulating assistance that was. Stimulating assistance, my ass. Try to make yourself at least a bit useful. All you do and screw up again and again. I'll remind you that I can get you replaced just about any time I want. Yes, my apologies. But you do remember the compelling force of the Lord and Retainer contract, yes? I felt that it was too strong, yes, that's it. Oh, for the love of God. What the hell did I do to deserve this? You can be eternally confused for all I care. It's because of your low level of intelligence that you cannot harness my full potential. Well, the final solution, then? Took you long enough. Indeed, there is no other choice. Look at the present. And look into the future. When my powers of a garm of a king wolf awaken. Then you will. My master, what is this sign for? Free of charge. What is this supposed to mean? It's for your neck. Go around with this and find yourself a new boss. Good luck with the next chapter of your life. If this isn't the last. Here I void the Lord and Retainer contract. They're done. See ya. Come again. My master is walking away. Alone, amid the violent shifting sands of the thirsty desert. And then now he's completely out of sight. I am a garm. As of now I have no master. I've no idea how I can find myself one. What with this being the thirsty desert, where almost no man treads. I wish to do something, anything, to get myself out of this forsaken land, but that last order of his to find myself a new master first is preventing me from doing so. Regardless, I will not yield. If it isn't the garm, what, you finally got thrown out for being so useless, eh? Out of my way, lizard. You are a hindrance to my noble mission. Ha, like you can even take on one of us with the way you are now. Hey guys, come get a piece of him. If they think they can prevail over me now that I am not under any contract. Yay. Ga dash. I'm so sorry. I won't say anything rude anymore. Yay. Ah, that hurt. This looks bad. This wound seriously looks bad. Whyyyy. Why won't my powers return? Inconceivable. Fire wall. A beautifully red enclosing wall of fire suddenly appeared, separating me from the scaly bastards. What perfect timing. The lizards are startled by the abrupt outburst of flames, and then notices a hooded figure approaching them from behind. As soon as they realize that the figure is human, the lizards attempt to attack him or her, and are grilled alive by the fire. What a delightful smell this is. By the time everything was burned, the enclosing wall of fire disappeared, with its caster, a human in a gray hooded mantle, standing before my eyes. It seems that the person is reading the sign on my neck. I see. So you are to be my new master. Very good, now let me get a closer look. Oh. The person is walking away. What? Why are you leaving? You realize that I am a garm, also known as a king wolf, right? Don't care. A woman, I would assume. She refused me with that high-pitched voice of hers. Judging from her approximate stature, she is a third of my size. On the scale of a human woman's height, she seems to be on the shorter side. Her physique seems average, if not leaning toward the scrawny side. I would assume that she has not gotten to eat very well. No, that is not what I ought to occupy my mind with now. Why does she not want me? Me, a garm, a king wolf. Listen, if you make a contract with me, well, many good things will happen. Such as? Good question. I knew at first glance that you were a skilled individual. So, nothing. Why, you will have this tail of mine. It's nice and fluffy and exceptionally good as a pillow, yes? My former master even sang its praises. In his words, despite everything. So that's the only thing. Oh, of course not, dash. So what else? Well, that's hand. Come on, hand. You can't do that? Woof. Heh. Damn this woman-child. To think she is making such a mockery of me by associating me with dogs. Beg. Heh. What, you can't do that? Beg? ARF. See, you can if you just try. You. Damn you little dash. What a disgrace. What a humiliating form she has manipulated me into. Hand. Woof. Seconds. Woof. Beg. Arf. Bye. That's not how it's supposed to go. With how things were developing, shouldn't the Lord and Retainer contract come next? I mean, you were just getting destroyed by the lizards, right? I'm not desperate enough to need someone that weak. Weak. This girl just called me weak. You do know that I am a king wolf, right? Already heard that. And you want to be my familiar that much? And no way, of course not. Then bye. Well, no. You see, I am unable to leave this place because of the last order issued by my former master. Could you please initiate a Lord and Retainer contract with me, at the very least until I leave this desert? That's probably your former master making sure that you don't immediately get back at him. Normally his commands would stop taking effect once the contract is voided, but, if what you're saying is true, then I guess there's no other way around it. To that is so. What a horrible master he was. All right then. And now why is she sitting down? And now that she is up close, I can clearly see the lingering childlike features on that face of hers. Oh, for the love of God, she actually is a child. Does she intend to have me be her fellow children's playmate? You want to leave here? Oh, of course. Will you listen to my every order? What encompasses everything? Will you? Will you not? I will. I'll listen to everything you say. All right then. Here, get in position. And sit. Arf. Behold my refined and elegant sitting form. This splendid fur, these burly legs, this fearsome glint in my eyes. You realize that I am a first-class beast all across the board, right? Now she's gotten her staff out of her bust. No matter, the contract is finally underway. She sure kept me waiting. Rise, arise, arise. I proposeth this contracteth to thee. Doth thou gauge the loyalty of thy very life to me? Zem. Child girl wanders alone, knows magic, one more fan of Rammstein, Reese. Tifa? Huh. Do you? Ah, yes, I do. What dreadful glare her eyes make. That made me answer the question without even thinking it through. Gah. Now I'm having second thoughts about my decision. But regardless, what is this compelling force I feel? O heareth us, God of our everlasting time, for here, the contracteth between he and I shall be as sealed with a bond of steel. May this eternally unbreakable bond of ages past bindeth the blood oath of our present and persist to our future. Here I invoke the Lord and Retainer contract. I am a Garm. All right, why? From now on you're Tarawo. From this moment onward I am Tarawo. Now I feel that I have signed myself into an absurdly terrible contract, but whatever comes next I have to hold on until I am out of this desert. Things are sure to work out. First of all, forget that promise I made before your contract, all right? Huh. Didn't you say you'll listen to my every order? Oh. I take back what I thought. My journey with this brutish, devilish new master just may not work out after all. My name's Tifa, by the way. Sure hope we get along, Tarawo. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 75. Truly. After Ryan had made his declaration, we went forward with the plan to move away from the town. The only thing we were sure of was that all of the townspeople were migrating to Bylania. Those who had difficulties with sustaining their livelihood were provided with their minimum needs, while the rest only expressed their thanks to us before leaving on their own ways into their new town. Ryan and the Foul Braves Brigade went on to register themselves into the Adventurers Guild, intending to assist the rest of the Fall townspeople. I had told the story to everyone at the guild beforehand, and they had expressed their desire to help, so things will probably be just fine. Most of the immigrants were adults, so it did not take much for the guild's people to assist in taking care of the children. The children's parents went on to search for employment in the meantime, and depending on whether they could build a stable livelihood, they may eventually fit right into this town. Truly, humans' perseverance with life illustrates how much of an interesting creature they are. There. You were writing in that book again. I think you ought to stop observing humans like they're some weird exhibit, master. Hey, no looking. Oh, come on. Please let me read just a bit of that Principles of a Philosopher book. Not now. I've decided to offer this to your grave, so just wait. Master, I never thought you'd care for me that much. Yeah, all of this is for you to die without any worries. Ah, this is bad. I just remembered I can't die of old age. What a coincidence. The same goes for me. One of us. With me squatted down and throwing around some banter with Pochi, we burst into laughter and slapped each other's shoulders. Then, just as I caught sight of Lena and her wry smile in the distance, Pochi ran up to her side. I looked at Pochi's wagging tail as she proceeded to go on her way, and then noticed that Lena seemed strongly resolved to get something done as she stepped into my room. When I inclined my head as if to ask what she needed, Lena stopped and looked up at me. I swear, I'm utterly allergic to this one way she looks at me. What's up, Lena? You are calm. You are perfectly calm, Philosopher Asley. So you see, Sir Asley, I'd like to. Seeing Lena hesitate to speak her point, I asked her despite shaking a tad bit myself, what is it? I mean, if and when you have some free time, would you like to have another match with me? That came out of nowhere. What Lena wanted was a rematch she had been waiting for the past 2 years. But why would Lena, of all people, ask for such a thing? No matter what angle I look at it from, I could not come up with anything. Still, it was what she wished for, and I would like to humor her as much as I could. With that in mind, I initiated a telepathic call with Lala and Czar, who stayed behind in Falltown. Hello? Lala? Czar? Can you hear me? Crystal clear, Sir Asley. This is damn surprising, Asley. You've got a super great spell with you. Thanks, Lala. It looks like I might be a little late to return, so could you see if you can find a probable location for us in the meantime? Yes, of course. This land is quite abundant with the blessings of nature, we must say. Are you sure that we can have it? All the townspeople already gave their approval, so there's no problem at all. Well then, I'll call again sometime later. In requesting Lala and Czar to cultivate the land of Falltown, I have also asked them to search the region. Considering that Czar could use magecraft, we could get in touch relatively easily. If need be, they could use the teleportation spell as a means of escape too. Oh. I had made use of some conversion codes to make the spell formula recognize specified individuals, in turn making it not to take effect on those other than Lala and Czar, so there won't be any issues of unwanted guests. Lena understood that I had been in a telepathic call, so she waited. When I let out a sigh of relief, we continued our conversation. All right, where should we do it? Lena instantly intensely brightened up. She was more happy with my reply than I had ever thought she was capable of being. She sure has gotten beautiful over these past 2 years. Her beauty seemed to measure up to that of the angels in literature I had read a long time ago. With how she is now, I wonder what the future has in store for her. That one thing at the very least is what I genuinely look forward to. For that very reason, I would like to safeguard her path forward. Thank you very much. There's a vacant lot to the west of Bylania that has become a popular sparring spot lately. We can carry out the match there. Lena firmly pumped her fists in front of her chest. In just the span of 2 years, they have truly become quite bountiful. Where do you think you're looking at, sir? Yoch dash. What do you think you're doing, Pochi? Biting. I know that. Thanks for the warning, damn it. You are very welcome, sir. Yeah, I'm not exactly in the position to get angry. This doggo never fails to take things seriously at the worst moments. Damn it. Zem. Oh, wait, I have an idea. Maybe Asley is virgin because this doggo is always getting in his way. We proceeded in the direction of the hilly area to the west of Bylania, the same region where we had once fought the Ogre King. A little before that place was, as Lena had said, a plot of relatively flat land that could be considered a large vacant lot. The location was also a good vantage point, so strong monsters don't turn up here that often, and being able to still see Bylania in the distance would put one's minds at relative ease. Once Pochi, Lena, and I reached the lot, we were greeted by those who had already been there before us. In the middle of sparring were warriors, all whom I had become so very familiar with. The one doing most of the swinging with his sword was Ryan. Those who stood their ground opposite to him were Reed, Mana, and Adolf. "Be big bro," and Big Sis. In reaction to Lena's exclamation of surprise, Reed raised his hands and greeted back. Ryan averted his eyes to catch Lena for only a second, and then immediately turned back to focus on his training. Now that's what I'd expected of a veteran and leader of brave warriors. Perhaps his coming out to the open field has made his true abilities shine through even more than before. Adolf also was exhibiting quite an amazing level of skill. He was matching his movements very well with Ryan's signposts. Mana's style didn't quite match up perfectly with either of them, but she was efficient in filling for the blind spots of Adolf's movements. But of course, despite all that, Ryan was parrying the pair's attacks with ease. Led followed them up, jumping to deliver a blow at Ryan from above, but then whether it was intended or not, Ryan flicked the blade away with his bare hand. From what I've seen, I suppose he's got, at the very least, the same level of raw power as Bruce. As for his level, let's see. Name Ryan. Titles: The Strong Chief, Swordmaster, Falbraves, Brigade Leader, Rank D. LV 78. HP 2097. MP 148. EXP 1234900. Special Skills: Aerial Dancer, Fortify Strength, Fortify Resilience, Tempest, Lightning Blade. I knew it. He'd beefed his body up quite a bit since we had last met. He may still be a new adventurer, but he most likely possessed combat experience on par with the Silver. Among adventurers, it was a generally accepted notion that one's actual experience took precedence over levels and raw numbers too. With that said, being an experienced fighter implied that one would also be able to level up more easily and efficiently. Name Reed. Titles: The Strong, Eldest Brother, Swordmaster, Falbraves, Brigade Vice Leader, Rank D. LV 59. HP 1129. MP 88. EXP 320847. Special Skills: Smash Slash, Fortify Strength, Fortify Resilience. Reed had gone a long way just from fighting near Falltown, it seemed. If he were to rack up some experience at Bylania, I'm sure he would become a major carrying force among the adventurers. On a technical standpoint, he was now about the same level as Betty's when I had first met her. Name Mana. Titles: Elder Sister, Swordsman, Falbraves, Rank D. LV 50. HP 982. MP 124. EXP 219402. Special Skills: Fortify Strength, Tempest, Fortify Resilience, Light Body. Mana had improved herself quite a bit too. I mean, it's not that I had much of an involvement in that front, but I suppose it was one of my bad habits to often look at things in this manner. To be frank, Mana here probably was the one who was impacted the most when she had first reunited with her little sister Lena. Her little sister was technically a former warrior, and she had ended up making comparisons in regards to their abilities. It would suffice to say that she had taken quite a blow to her ego. Still, it had turned out to be a good thing since she was not the type to feel down, instead shifting the experience into a newfound motivation. Name Adolf. Titles: Swordsman, Falbraves, Rank D. LV 36. HP 620. MP 78. EXP 88210. Special Skills: Fortify Strength, Fortify Resilience, Light Body. And Adolf. Although he's technically still in his growing years, he sure has grown up well over the years. He must have taken in a good chunk of influence from Ryan's leadership, what with his diligent focus on the town's rebuilding. By the time I deactivated the appraisal glasses, I saw that Ryan traded a few blows, and then he thrust his sword down into the ground. Lightning blade. Guadash. Kia. An underground transmission. By now, I'd known of many attacks that transmit their effects through the ground for dealing damage underfoot, but a sword technique covering this much area was unheard of. If I were to guess from its name, the technique made use of arcane energy and geomagnetism to fuel its power. While I was busy pondering over all that, Ryan wrapped up the battle and turned our way. And then it seemed that he finally realized that Lena and I were here to use the space for something ourselves. Now this is something to look forward to. Whatever are you referring to, sir? Ryan chuckled in reaction to my wry smile. Everything, of course. Oh. Master. There's my Pochi, planning to crack a joke at the most inappropriate of times. I am Asley, a man of high class, a man who will become philosopher. I won't fall for her petty plot this time. Now witness my high art of ignoring things, or so I thought I would pull it off, if not for Pochi taking a totally unexpected course of action. She blew into my ear. PFF. Damn it. That really tickles, damn it. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 76, Ballad's Revolution Revisited. So itchy. I'd never expected her repertoire of trolling skills to increase this much. Damn it. Now she's gone and taken away all the seriousness of this scene. Who the hell even taught her to be such a pranker? Who? Oh, that's me. Sir Asley? Excuse me. While that was going on, Lena approached me, as if peering into my face, and called for my attention. And it looks like Pochi was already done with her preparations for battle. Damn you, first you interrupt my flow, and now. Feel free to call out Ballad right from the start this time. This new and improved Pochi here will show her a thing or two. Pochi seemed quite proud of the gesture she had displayed, but it seemed that Lena had already intended to do that either way. That reminds me, this would be my first time seeing Ballad after 2 years. She's gotten super huge by now, I'm sure. Ryan will likely be fine, but Reed, Mana, and Adolf, they wouldn't just faint from this kind of surprise, right? Rise house. Her tracing speed has increased quite a lot too. It seemed that, just as I had taught her, she had not neglected the tempering of her out-of-combat skills. Her spell circle exuded light. What appeared from it was the very same four-winged dragon that had caused Hornell much suffering in his preliminary round of the friendly match 2 years ago, the Ballad Dragon. Oh? Her size doesn't seem to have changed much. Is this normal? Phew, I don't think I'm ever going to get comfortable in there, Lena. Her voice has become fairly deep and husky now, but it looks like she hasn't entirely fixed her strange pronunciations yet. She has grown up ever since her public debut at the friendly match, sure, but just by about 20%, I suppose. It wouldn't be strange for others of her kind to be fully developed physically by her age, after all. Splendid. A Ballad Dragon, the four-winged dragon in the flesh. Ballad. Dragon. Ryan openly expressed his admiration as he gazed upon Ballad's entry. On the other hand, Reed and the others were agape with shock, as one would have expected. With one exception, Adolf was smiling and innocent, all like a little kid. Well, that's a dragon we're talking about. It's one thing that would hype up a kid's heart. I suppose this reaction of his was not quite unexpected. Ballad, this is my brother, and this is my sister. He's Sir Ryan, and that's Adolf. I am Ballad, Lena's familiar. Nice to meet you, everyone. Looks like her pronunciation issue now only kicks in when she's trying to speak quickly. Had this one aspect been left untouched because Lena liked it? Or no matter what she had tried, was it simply incurable? What a mystery. Ballad bowed her head down to greet Ryan, to which he then greeted back. I see that she has learned the appropriate mannerisms too. She then turned to exchange greetings with Reed and the others, ignoring the fact that they still have not calmed down, and then turned to the only one she had yet to address, which would be us. Ballad looked at me for only a second and bowed her head down, seeming to have caught only a glimpse, and then when she caught a clear sight of Pochi, her eyelids were wide open. And Master Asley and Pochi. Long time no see, Ballad. Yeah, it's been quite a while. We gave Balad casual greetings, but it seemed that she isn't being so casual about this reunion. Her eyes welled up with tears, her legs seeming ready to rush her forward at a moment's notice. No, she is already rushing. At me. She's so fast. It's like she's on Melchi's level. Godash. Wow, wait. Stop it, Balad. I'll let go dash. Ha ha ha, no I won't. Do you have any idea how much I missed you? You gonna die. Oh. Master. I'm next. Wapochi. Help me. Caught in Balad's chokehold, I began to envision the conclusion of the principles of a philosopher. I have heard that one would see their life flash before their eyes when they die, but all I see now is a smiling four-winged dragon in all its deathly innocent glory. I can't even see anything in front of me now, what with the tears in my eyes. Pochi, who had asked to switch just moments ago, now had an expression suggesting that she was fine with not getting to switch anymore. And I'm foaming from my mouth so hard that I could comfortably shave my facial hair right now. If I had any. Stop it, Ball. A voice of an angel called out from behind the dragon. Ah, she has come to take me. I turned to the sky, refreshed by the warm veil of the wind. This world, it's so blue. Released from Balad's arm at last, I plunged my knees onto the ground and looked up at the endless sky. Once again, my tears have completely obscured my line of sight. Jeech. Ha. Ha dash. Ha 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 ha. I thought I was dead for a second there. Lena's face has already gone quite pale, just like mine, I'm sure, as she rushed over to me. Pochi, seemingly opposed to how glad I felt to be alive, jumped on my dying self as if to deal the finishing blow. This is bad. Masters, he's got an even weirder face than normal. Gah, be ready for some hellish tickling once I get up, doggo. By the time I woke up, the sky was still blue, albeit with the sun inclining fairly far toward the western horizon. I guessed that the back of my head was leaning against Pochi's back. Ah yes, the Pochi pillow as comfortable as ever. Makes me want to forgive all of her transgressions. Yeah, as if. Take this steak, these dash. Wha ah ha ha ha. Master. What are you dash? Ah ha 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 ha. Lena, observing us worryingly from nearby, heaved a sigh. Next to all of us, Balad was obediently sitting down on her stalls, most likely after having received a good scolding from Lena. Ryan Reed, and all the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, looks like I've worried them quite a lot. I thought as I got my bearing back together, lightly pinching my cheeks to wake myself up. Well then, sorry about the delay, Lena. Let's get started. Yes, sir. I stood up, and then we both faced each other with our battle-ready stances. Looks like Lena is still using the same star rod as she'd always been. That reminds me, I still haven't gotten myself a new one even though I planned to so. Lena produced a faint smile as she brandished her staff, and Balad readied herself for a charge. Okay. This does look quite difficult to deal with already. Anna, Balad should simply knock out Asley just like she did before XD. Fire. So fast. This is swift magic with the same special formulas that I used to use. At the same time, Balad rushed forward right behind the trajectory of the fire. First I've got to have Pochi gigantify, and then dash. Rise all up count 2 in remote control. Oh woo. Pochi ran ahead and intercepted the fire from the side, leaving me to face Balad. She is fast, sure, but now that my body was enhanced with all up, she's nothing I can't handle. I evaded Balad's charge by slipping through between her legs, just as I had done 2 years ago. Lena, on the other hand, unleashed her second spell at this time. Title up. That's the other swift magic. It would be safe to assume that this title up has also been enhanced with special formulas. Now that she applied a support spell onto herself, I've got to test how much of Lena's abilities are enhanced. I rushed at Lena, but then Balad called me out from behind saying, I won't let you. A breath attack? Well, it shouldn't be. Lena is right in front of me. If I were to dodge it, the attack would be hitting the wrong target. What dash? What's happening? I can't move. Wait, this is Balad's space interference. She can already activate it so quickly. Damn it, I barely move a finger. Why, you've got a lot of power. I wouldn't have been able to stop you if you were a little stronger. Let my master go. Gardash. Pochi rammed herself at Ballad's side, and as a result, returned the freedom of movement to my body. I see, so it's got a similar restriction to some strict magic spells in that it can only be invoked while the caster is standing still. While it's all good that I've gotten out of that, Lena has already invoked another one of her fire swift magic. Kudash. Rise heavy chain. Just as I dodged the fire, I unleashed a body restraint spell. Arise. Burst. Wadash. Yoch. I see, now she's doing single-handed tracing. In anticipation of my counterattack, she had readied the burst spell with just her left hand. Then with her staff infused with arcane energy, she was able to simply smash my heavy chain apart. Nicely done, Lena. Now that's what I'd expect from the student council president. Title up. Although she did smile in response to my praise, she wasted no time to apply her support spell onto Ballad. Oh boy, what a talented pupil she is. Looks like Ballad and Pochi are still in a deadlock behind me. Pochi, technically a common beast and a ballad dragon. An A-ranked monster being stuck in a deadlock was probably because of the sheer difference in their levels and the effect of all up. Once Ballad gets herself to level 100, an absolute wall of raw power and archetype would appear between her and Pochi. Still, I don't quite get it. Why would Lena want to fight me? Finally, I feel like I've somewhat caught up to you, Sir Asley. Lena uttered in a whisper, perhaps not intended to be heard by me. However, I did hear it. Right, so Lena has always strived to surpass me in her own way. That was exactly why she had come to challenge me with the knowledge and power she had attained during the past 2 years, to measure the distance between us. And in turn, that is exactly why I can't ever afford to turn my back on her. That's right, I ought not to stand my ground and take her on, and instead show her full extent of my power. Lena. Yes, sir. No hard feelings, all right? I haven't lost yet. Lena used one hand to invoke the swift magic in her staff, and another to start drawing a circle. However, in the time she took to be ready, I had already invoked enough power to decide the fight. Deca spell invoke. Fire. Rise speed up. The speed-enhanced fire streaked head-on toward me. 1 fire lance. First, a fire of my own to swipe that fire out of the sky. 2 air wall. A wall to defend against the fire that had not been entirely extinguished. 3 high cure. Recovery for the exhausted Pochi behind me. 4 cross wind. A dash. A concentrated blow to knock Lena's staff out of her hand. 5 parasitic edit. 6 remote control. A disruptive combination against Lena's newly drawn spell circle. 7 dispel. The attack spell that Lena had just invoked was now changed to a dispel that targeted her instead. Dispel. As in eliminating the effects of augmentation spells. This meant the effect of her title up was no more. And no way. 8 enemy trap. 9 gravity stop. Kia dash. Eng dash. What is this? Now an intense gravitational force descended onto Lena and Ballad. Lena was now unable to continue fighting, while Ballad had her speed drop drastically. 10. Gravity stamp. And so I targeted Ballad with even more gravitational force. Jaya. Can't move. Almost immediately, Pochi pointed her sharp nails at Ballad's neck. Match over. Ryan promptly stopped us. He definitely knew what he was doing, as I'd expect of him. Lena seemed to be completely out of it halfway through, but she immediately came to her senses once Ryan's announcement reached her ears. I wouldn't blame her though. She probably hasn't ever been in a combat situation where she had to deal with that many incoming spells at once. Deca spell was one of the extreme ideas I'd imagined up a few centuries ago, with the general idea being that I would invoke different spells with each of my fingers at once. Thanks to me having gotten to learn the split invocation recently, I now had the means to test my idea. And so this super special spell was now mine to use and mine only. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 77. A Sealed Territory. At the end of the day, I must acknowledge that Ballad's abilities were quite impressive. If she had been raised in the wild instead, she probably wouldn't have grown this strong by now. If she'd been called out at the right time back when the laughing foxes attacked, the fight would have... No, they would have been massacred outright. Considering her raw power, she was technically that much of a threatening factor to her enemies. Even my Deca spell wouldn't have worked all that well if I were to try it against Cleith. The reason is that the spell had been designed for finishing things off. It wasn't even compatible with magecraft, what with its formulas being far more complicated than magic, and even if it was compatible, it would only be for the lower tier ones. As I am now, a mixture of intermediate to advanced spells are the most I can take. Any higher than that, well, it pains me to admit it, but Toos can probably pull it off. He's not one of the most motivated people ever, but when it comes to most things he is motivated for, he would achieve it without fail. What a dreadful muscle man indeed. Sir Asley, was that? Wait, no, that must be the split invocation you showed earlier, and... Now that Lena has healed up, she shifted her attention to analyzing the nature of the combination that I had just unleashed on her, seeming surprised by it still. In the end, she couldn't quite reach a definite conclusion on her own. Have I succeeded in demonstrating the extent of my power? In showing her a new goalpost to strive for? I turned to look at Lena while pondering things over. She seemed to be conscious of being stared at, as apparent from how she was faintly blushing as she averted her gaze from mine. See that, Ballad? That's the extent of our power. Pochi proudly made her declaration, an act that made me want to tickle her to hell and back once again. I wonder why. I knew you would be a tough nut to crack, Master Asley. Now hold it right there. It's partly thanks to my efforts that my master could dazzle on the stage, I'll have you know. What do you think I am, a galactic pretty boy? All jokes aside, back when we had fought the SS-ranked Chaos Lizard, it was true that we had won only because of Pochi's cooperation. All things considered, if we were to overcome the difference of ranks and innate powers, we would have to get ourselves the limit break through magecraft and go over the level cap. Now back to this fight. It was intended to be a valuable lesson for Lena, but I wonder what message did she actually take from me here. She didn't seem to be feeling down like last time, yet somewhat hurt nonetheless. I don't know what I ought to do to approach her now. That was wonderful, Sir Asley. You were incredible as well, Sir Ryan. I thought you would have a much more difficulty than that when you had to take on those three at once. Ha 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 ha, all thanks to the time spent experiencing the great outdoors. Yes, there's nothing more to it. Ryan spoke as if he was musing about his past. Sounds like he'd been through some perilous journeys back in the day. You were awesome, Lena. Really, I took my eyes off you for a few years, and you just went and got yourself some slick moves. It's all thanks to Sir Asley's teachings. Ryan and I watched as the siblings spent their long-awaited bonding time. Seeing those three together made me think how strange it was that they simply seem incapable of being at odds with one another. Although that observation had always been the case since I had first met them. When it was only Reed and Mana, they would often quarrel, but with the addition of Lena, all conflicts between them swiftly ended. A healthy web of relationships spun over long months and years. No, for some strange reason, their relationship did not feel quite like it. I suppose this was what it meant to be siblings. Which reminds me, Adolf has been keeping his eyes on Ballad the whole time. Is he that curious? Does he not realize that Ballad is trying to look away because she's shy? Hello? Adolf? Could you please at least notice the Siberian husky behind you? What with her trying so hard to get people's attention? By the time I was back in Bylania with Lena, I was contacted by Lala, who seemed to have been taught the telepathic call magecraft from Tsar in the short time I had been away. Apparently they have found the place. Once Pochi and I reached the Pochesley agency, we proceeded to teleport to Falltown with Lena in tow, half forced by the young lady's unfair begging to bring her along. Once on the other side, we saw that Lala had been waiting to welcome us right in front of the teleportation spell circle, and to show off all the land that she had prepared for planting. Ryasi, earth control. Her spell upturned a wide strip of soil, lumping together all the debris on it, be it the blasted chunks of the wall or other rubble, and letting the shifting earth swallow them whole. Looks like she had made use of the lake I had made to soften the soil beforehand. I suppose that was reasonable since soft soil is significantly easier to work with, be it with or without any magic. In this front, she does live up to her self-proclaimed status as the agricultural wizard. Huh? Oh? Hey Asley. Sir Instructor is waiting for you over there. Upon noticing our arrival, Lala cheerfully greeted us and pointed in the direction of the west gate. I turned to that direction, but even before I took a step, Pochi tugged at my pants, seeming to be making a signal of some sort. I turned around and saw Lena looking mournfully at Falltown's present state, which was still mostly uncleaned of rubble and littered with monsters' remains. I'll stay with her, sir. Pochi whispered to me, a reasonable course of action through and through. I promised to treat her to something special for her dinner tonight and went on ahead. But then she proceeded to say this ridiculous encouragement to Lena. The town in your heart may be in shambles, but please hang in there. For the sake of my food. It went without saying that what she had said had more than enough power to make me revoke my promise to her. Yeah, kiss that special food goodbye, doggo. At the west gate, Czar was wriggling his body around to kill some time as he waited for me. From how many monster corpses were lying around, it seemed that this side had been hit with the most enemies during the invasion. Lala sure has done well in holding the line here. Perhaps I should treat her to a special meal instead of Pochi. Yeah, that's it. I'll do that. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Do not worry about it. We do not have much to do around here aside from farm work anyway. Now to get to the topic. We have discovered traces of an ancient spell circle somewhere beyond the west gate. It was firmly sealed, however. Perhaps you are capable of unlocking it, Sir Asley. Thank you. Please remind me to provide you with a report later. Of course. We pray for your safety. Now this reminds me that there actually has been some indication of it. I had heard some stories from Ryan during the few years I had lived here in Falltown. The very first time the town had been invaded, monsters had stormed in from the west. In other words, it was not because of the invasion that the nation had abandoned Falltown. The nation, no, the Devil King's advance party had deliberately ruined Falltown. Deliberately and completely, I might add. If a location with frequent visitors were to suddenly disappear, people would never even realize the existence of something that had been hidden here. An incomplete destruction would, in the end, be a more convenient state for their agenda. Leaving a few people around here would serve as a cover-up, making it seem like nothing in the region was out of the ordinary. And if the town were to be rebuilt, the townspeople's attention would eventually shift to exploring the region too. But in that case, why an invasion at this point in time? It must have been fine for the locals to discover the thing for them. I don't quite get what's going on and why, but I feel that I would at least get an idea if I were to go there. 10 or so minutes after leaving through the west gate, I arrived at a small shrine hidden in the woods. On the floor inside it, just as Czar had told me, was apparently a sealed spell circle. I couldn't read its formula from here, but the seal on the shrine's entrance intrigued me. It had a strange formula embedded onto it, which I felt like I had seen from somewhere before. I wonder where I had actually seen it. Or was it just something similar looking but actually a different thing? Either way, I most likely would be able to unseal it by spending the sheer vastness of my arcane energy pool, just as Czar had hypothesized. I hovered my hands over the red spell circle in the air and transmitted my arcane energy into it. My outstretched arms were promptly wrapped in blue flames that the spell circle discharged. This was, however, a necessary invocation sequence for unlocking arcane seals. The flames were mostly harmless, but it was still worth noting that those touched by these flames would have their MP drained. It would not be an exaggeration to say that I possessed an MP pool, as vast as what one would expect from the holy warriors. If that was still not enough for me to unseal this lock, I would have to resort to calling Tus here. In which case, it was always possible that he would refuse to come here anyway, attributing to his tendency to utterly ignore things that don't interest him, even if I were to set up a teleportation circle here just for him. Fortunately, while I contemplated the option, the flames faded, ringing with a bizarre noise as they extinguished themselves. At the same time, the seal's spell circle also faded away like sand flowing out of a broken hourglass. Whoa! Curious of how much of my MP the seal had used up, I invoked the appraisal glasses on myself. and was promptly met with an utterly baffling string of text. Remaining MP. 4,000. The seal had been unlocked with the spending of approximately 30,000 MP. Scary, that shows just how ridiculously strong the holy warriors are supposed to be. If this had been designed to be unlocked by the holy warriors, I would assume that any single one of them could do it. The mage, the hero, or even the warrior. But a warrior with at least 30,000 MP? Now that is something that subverts common sense. And now, to investigate the spell circle on the floor beyond the seal. Oh, what's this? Oh boy, the surprise just never stops coming. This spell circle, this magic formula, no matter who looked at it, the ones that knew their stuff, including me at the very least anyway, they would certainly see it as the teleportation circle, nothing else. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 78, The Philosopher's Stone? Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. This is the fixed position spell circle of teleportation. But how is it even here? From how run down the shrine looked, it was apparent that it had stood here for several millennia. The spell circle must have been set up before I was born, or at the very least during my younger days. Did the teleportation spell already exist that far back? Hell, that's not supposed to be possible. Was it so old that even Tus was never aware of it? Wait, no, it might have been possible for the holy warriors to create it. While I pondered things over, the teleportation spell circle radiated light, signaling its activation. I see, it's got a special formula for absorbing residual arcane energy from the broken seal, and for using that energy for its activation. I crouched down and read the surrounding magic formulas. As I read more and more, I started feeling strange, like something just clicked in my head. What could it be? Well, agonizing over it now wouldn't move things forward, so let's leave it for later. Now then, it looks like I have no other choice. Just gotta go in, huh? I stood up and stepped onto the circle. Where does it connect to? What do I expect it to hold? I shivered subtly with anticipation as I stared at my fading hands. And so I was transported over to the destination, which turned out to be a bizarre self-contained space. It felt like a room of a labyrinth. Aside from the teleportation spell circle underfoot, and the glittering ice pillar in front of me, the room contained nothing. What could be the deal with this room? Had it been built with no entrance in the first place, intended to be accessed exclusively via the spell circle? Or had it been buried? I tried looking around once again but saw only a mostly empty room in the shape of a rectangle. No use just standing around, I guess. I slowly stepped forward, watching out for traps as I approached the ice pillar. Ultimately faced with nothing out of the ordinary, or just nothing for that matter, I stood with a relieved expression on my face in front of the luminous mass of ice. This is a person. These ears, an elf? Encased within the ice pillar was a young elf woman. She had lightweight yet absurdly strong equipment on her body, this unique hue and red-spotted pattern. It's drinium steel, which means this elf in the ice pillar might be a holy warrior. Ingestorum. I took out a certain book that I had composed a long time ago, a fairy tale-like literature that I had based on legendary texts. I remember having done some research on the holy warriors around 3,000 years ago. This book must have the descriptions I'd found of their appearances recorded down. Here it is. Holy Warriors Compendium. Hero Giorno, human male. A brave fighter with a strong sense of justice. Known as the man who had dealt the finishing blow to the Devil King, and as the overall leader of the holy warriors. A relatively young man with delicate features. According to local folklore, he was super popular with the ladies. Damn it, I should have skipped that part. I can't believe I've written down so much fluff. Next. Let's see. Mage Poer, human male. A handler of countless magic spells and magecraft. It was said that he was also a master of martial arts, and was feared as the Thousand Magician. Last warrior Lilia, elf female. Despite her skinny build, the power she possessed was said to let her effortlessly split the earth and rend the skies. From an excerpt of a folk song that went, "Her white-green hair flutters in the wind," it could be assumed that her hair was a light shade of green. This is it. The hair of the elf in the ice pillar, too, was a light shade of green. Meaning this elf lady is Warrior Lilia. Oh, just the thought of it sent chills run down my spine. Why would a holy warrior's body be here of all places? I tried looking up more of my literature, but they were unintelligible thanks to Pochi's paw prints. Damn it, who does she think she is, trampling on my research material so carelessly? Wait. It's not like I'll find anything immediately useful by looking things up and thinking anyway. Now that the seal has been broken, it would be dangerous to leave this elf lady here. With that in mind, I reached for the ice pillar, intending to carry it on my shoulder. Wait, it's not cold to the touch. It certainly was composed of ice, so how come it didn't radiate any temperature? Perhaps this ice pillar itself was a special sort of artifact. For the record, there existed a similar article called the Never Melt Ice, but it could only be looted from a specific monster's stomach. This pillar didn't seem to stem from such an origin. In the end, I put the hypothesizing on hold and put the ice pillar into the storeroom. Then I went back to regroup with Czar. The serpent, seeing a certain sense of satisfaction on my face, spoke up as we started walking to where the others were. We take it that you have found what you sought? Perhaps it is, perhaps not. But I must say that it's definitely something. We were heading to the central district, wherein Pochi, Lena, and Lala were still supposed to be working, but we weren't necessarily in a hurry. Czar, seeming to have seen through my intention to talk, matched his traversing speed with mine. I've been meaning to ask for a while now, Czar. How come you're so knowledgeable about magecraft, both normal and black? It was only natural that I would ask that. Last time I asked, Czar had said that the matter can be left for a later time, and now was a good time as any for the discussion to proceed. Czar immediately started explaining himself, as if he'd already prepared his answers for the occasion. It is nothing notable, if we are to be honest, simply something from our past. Nor were we hiding it, mind you. We once traveled the long path of prestige alongside a certain mage. Yes, our circumstances were just like the history you and Pochi share. The mage was quite similar to you, we might add. Similar to me, how? Czar fell silent at first. Could it be that he has already seen through my secret? Wait, no, it looks like he's reminiscing about his past. His far-gazing eyes had a certain gleam to them that suggested so. We meant that he was an excellent mage just like you, Sir Asley. He had strong control over his magic, and possessed an extensive understanding of magecraft. We have learned quite a lot from him, for he and us have worked to further elevate each other's standards. That's quite a history you have. And that was why we were surprised to learn that you were already acquainted with Gaston. What's that supposed to mean? Was he suggesting that he's an old acquaintance of Gaston's? Well, that would be reasonable, since the only people in the nation that were officially documented to be capable of magecraft were Gaston and War Demon Emperor Vaz. Wait, wouldn't that mean our former master, War Demon Emperor Sagan, has taught his magecraft to only one person? You see, that was Gaston. Is something the matter, Sir Asley? It is not like you to trip over your own toes. More like tripped on nothing, to be honest, what with the path we were on now being flat ground with absolutely no debris. Perhaps I ought to record this occasion in the Principles of a Philosopher. That was nothing, I assure you. Wait, you were the previous War Demon Emperor's familiar. Did our explanation imply otherwise? To then how come you're now working as a farming instructor? It all started when Master Sagan came to terms with his impending death, which led him to void our contract. Being master and familiar meant casting each other's lots, you see. When the master dies, the familiar dies with him. He did not want us to die, so he decided to do what he did. So where did you meet Lala? We picked her up. Are you aware of the land of Radiata, located between Bylania and Regalia? I silently nodded. Some days ago, while I was on my way to Bylania, I had stopped for a night there. We found Lala as an abandoned child in the southern end of the region. I see. With so many things happening and so much information to process, I arrived at the central district with a tangled mind. By this time, Lena has already cheered up. Which brings up the question, how in the world did Pochi cheer Lena up with that kind of encouragement? No matter how I think about it. Oh, I see. She must have made a deal with Lena to have her calm down. Yeah, that's got to be it. There couldn't have possibly been any other way. Took you long enough, Master. I've been looking forward to this special meal. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Lala, let's go get us some good stuff. Got anything you want to eat? Hold it right there. Master, you were supposed to say that to me. Asley, I want to eat fresh vegetables. All right, veggies it is. You're coming with us, right, Lena? And Zara as well, of course. Master, you damned fool. Pochi, hurry it up. Take too long and we'll leave you behind. Oh, for the love of. You know that I've got to eat meat, sir. Please make sure to choose a place with lots of side dishes in the menu. Oh, and for the record, I'm still not forgiving you, all right? I might if we go to the other place for dessert, though. So what'll it be, Master? What are you laughing at? I wish I had a mirror to show you how sloppy you look now. You're the worst. So desserts, Master. Wait. Are you even listening to me, sir? Now, I wonder what I should have for dessert. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 79, Another Entrance Examination. I am Teruo. My master is Tifa. As I had feared, the lord and retainer contract between her and I has not been voided upon leaving the thirsty desert. According to Tifa's hypothesis, it is possible that my inability to handle my original powers is caused by the insufficiency of my once vast pool of arcane energy. If that is so, what about your ability to control me, Tifa? I had asked but failed to receive an answer. I failed to understand why she would not explain herself. Still, something is not right. Ever since the lord and retainer contract between Tifa and I has been initiated, ever since I have become her familiar, I have felt that my worldview has become slightly wider. All the people who appeared before us, the buildings and towns, the trees in the forest, all of them look somewhat larger. Several days after I first met Tifa, we spent our time on quite a long journey to arrive at this particularly large town called Bylania. It is a lively place and seems to also have an abundance of mages. I noticed, a while ago, that this place has a strong scent of mages' arcane energy flow. Considering how rare of a monster I am, perhaps I will be facing a familiar thief sometime down the line. Now that I've realized it so quickly, perhaps I should report it to my master while I can. Such are the abilities of a king wolf Garm. Tifa, is it not dangerous for me to be out in the open? I've heard that this place is somewhat rampant with familiar thieves, so would it not be better for me to stay inside a spell circle? You'll be fine. What a colorless response. Not quite black, not quite white. If the color gray was a shade of emotion, then that would be what it was. I can see that she is not much of a strong-willed girl deep down. Her arcane energy pool, on the other hand, is quite vast and powerful. All the monsters we have fought on our way here were formidable. They were referred to as rank B among humans, which sounded fairly high, so I was quite horrified when I saw her burn them to ashes so effortlessly. Anyways, she may say that I'll be fine now, but in the case that I actually am stolen, she would surely panic and be driven to tears, would she not? See, this is the charming power of Teruo. The Garm. The King Wolf, what the dash? What in the blazes? We stopped before the entrance of a certain establishment, the glass door of which reflected an image of Tifa and I. But is that supposed to be me? Why? Why is the familiar on Tifa's side now a small breed Chihuahua dog? This is inconceivable. Where did my elegant king wolf form go? Tifa, what happened to my appearance? Zip it. Yes, ma'am. God, what dreadful eyes this girl has. Those absolute zero cold stares are as if she was intending to crush everything to death. That made me let out an involuntary agreement. Again. I will never live this down. I will never live this down, you hear me? Anyways, what is this place? Now that I paid attention to my surroundings again, I realized that we are already in the center of town. What in the world are these utterly massive blocks of buildings we are heading toward? I am sensing a dense air of peculiar arcane energy from one side, and the collective scent of high-spirited human fighters from the other. So strange. Will it be fine for me to enter these buildings as well? For most buildings in other towns, I would be forced to instead show my elegant sitting form for the world to see, or in other words, to wait outside. That does not seem to apply to this location, or rather most of this whole town. I don't understand, but still, all things considered, this town isn't half bad. Oh ho, so we are going to enter the north-facing tower with dense arcane energy? I suppose it is only normal for Tifa to head there. After another brief walk, we came across a human woman with an exceptionally high level of arcane energy. Tifa slightly straightened up her short stature, stepped away from me, and observed that woman from where she could barely see her face. Is this a place to carry out some sort of formal procedure? That bespectacled blonde woman looked quite influential. I sense no malice from her, but you still ought to be careful, Tifa. From my virile town, here to take the entrance examination. Tifa passed an envelope to the woman on the other side of the counter's glass window. K-Ching. I swear I just saw a sign of relief on Tifa's face for a second there. Was it just my imagination? The examination is taking place in a classroom beyond this hallway. Normally there would be one of the Archmage representatives of the university to oversee the process, but this time, I will be the one to instruct and observe your practical forms instead. It's not a written test. The process was designed to give the candidates little time to think things over. The institution seeks candidates who excel in immediate responses and solutions. Got it. I've heard that human society has unwritten rules of courtesy pertaining to seniority by length of service, so is it appropriate for Tifa to be so blunt with the lady? The woman herself does not seem to particularly mind, but, now that I think about it, why would I even concern myself with such matters? I am a Garm, a king wolf, and together with my master, we shall conquer even the deepest depths of the underworld if need be. Now then, I will be guiding you to the classroom. Oh my, who's this cute little doggo? The blonde woman, exiting the office, noticed me as I stood and wait a short way apart from my master. He's my familiar. The guard at the entrance has given me permission to bring him along. This exchange reminds me of something from my relatively recent past. Oh, and there is no issue with him being here, of course. After spending a brief moment to reminisce about her past, the woman pushed her glasses up and led the way, her glittering hair swaying beautifully with every step. It seems that we are heading to the so-called classroom place immediately. On the way, we met a blue-haired young man. At first glance, I mistook him for my former master that abandoned me, but it turns out that he is a different person. The boy bowed to the blonde lady. Good afternoon, Professor Trace. Oh, are we having another examination? The young man glanced briefly at Tifa. According to him, the blonde woman's name is Trace. I see. You greenhorn. An examination, you said? The extent of my power dwarfs even those of elite humans. Whatever the test is for, I shall ace it even with my eyes closed. Oh. Yes, Hornell, as you can see. I think she has the potential to become quite an excellent student. This blue-haired man is called Hornell, noted. Remembering some names is but a simple task for an intelligent creature such as I. Trace, after exchanging some simple greetings with Hornell, started to walk ahead once again. Hornell looked at me as if he was seeing an unusual sight, and then went on his way, his boots ringing quite a nice click with his every step. Upon reaching the place called classroom, I saw that a long chair had been set in front of its entrance. I see, so this is where the examinees would sit in waiting during busy hours. This is the site of the examination. You will be entering this room to undergo a question and answer session with me, followed by a test of combat form. Miss Tifa, if you please. Well then let's go, Tifa. We shall show her what we are capable, bois. Once those two stepped into the room, the door slid tightly shut. And why was I unable to enter just as they did? Injit. Hey. Hello. I'm stuck out here. And why won't it open? This door is quite sturdy. Leaving scratch marks on it would most likely enrage Tifa later on. And that, in turn, would result in me having to go through the worst punishments imaginable. With that in consideration, I shall sit here in all my elegant, graceful, beautiful glory. Even under the long chair, my magnificent presence shall overwhelm those on top of it, For I am a Garm. A king wolf. I am Tarawo. Heh, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I silently sat on, and eventually I started hearing another set of footsteps approaching my direction from my right. That is a young human woman. She looks older than Tifa, but not by much. NGH. She also seems to be an influential individual. This new arrival with reddish-brown hair exudes an air of tenderness of personality. Moreover, her posture suggests proficiency in martial arts. It seems that she has already taken note of my presence. Oh, you're the examinee's familiar, aren't you? The young woman crouched down and sparked a conversation. You're being overfamiliar, lass. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Sorry about that. I'm Lena. And you? I am Tarawo. I am a beast of high class who bears the title of King Wolf. I see. Tarawo, what a cute name. Lena gently pet on my head. And what an unceremonious girl. If I were to go on a rampage now, Tifa would surely kill me. I ought to resign myself to the disgrace of being played with, but upon reconsidering my current image, I shall not. I will make sure that she regrets touching my body with those hands of hers. Oh, and, well, this does feel quite good. Yes, a little lower under my chin, yes, that's good. She definitely knows what she is doing. Oh, now my tail. Is that where she is going? Very well. I shall permit it. She is an influential person at this location, is she not? If that's the case, I shall grant her the permission to spend her time by my side. Now feel free to pat my head and rub my back once more, yes. See, sitting like this makes it easier for her, does it not? Well. Why is she stopping? Why? I don't understand. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm needed at the student council office now. Your master is still in the middle of the examination, right? We'll meet again after your master passes the test. That Lena lass. She actually went without fanfare after saying what she needed to. Of course, there is no way Tifa would fail that examination, whatever its contents may be. That dangerous master of mine is on a whole another level from the usual mages of today. Still. We'll meet again. She said. I am very satisfied by such considerate words. Oh, the next time we meet, perhaps I shall have her become my servant to rub my fur all day. Hey, why were you making that creepy face? When I regained my grip on reality, I realized that my master had returned. I have shown my disgraceful conduct in public. What a blunder. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 80, Gone Shopping. Alright, I've got to get myself a brand new staff today. Thanks to Pochi, my wallet underwent quite a severe weight loss a few days ago. Seriously, I couldn't believe a familiar like her could make her master cry that hard. I also have to contribute to the Pochsley agency's work in some way, so I'll have to watch where my money goes from now. Fortunately, transactions for the selling of my magecraft to Gaston, Billy, and Irene could resume now, so I'm not under that much pressure. Then again, that meant our transactions at the colorful food district have also resumed. Lately, there have also been those who offered their staff to us directly. This naturally meant that the prices were better than when we had to make deals through the colorful food district, so we would like to quickly break out of this financial situation of ours. You're heading out, Sir Asley. Oh, Harhana. I had to leave my staff in the prison cell during that incident, you see, so today I'm going out to buy myself a new one. You want to come along? Why, you do not mind me. For some reason Harahana was blushing. It looks like she wanted to go shopping in the first place. Well, this noisy doggo is coming as well. Why not come along if you don't mind her? Master, who do you think you're calling a noisy doggo? Well, my teasing was more effective than I'd anticipated. Please make sure to call me by my name. That's the problem you have. I will take you up on the invitation then. Please give me a few moments to get ready. After politely saying so, Haruhana headed to her room. A short while later, Haruhana came back with a simple hairdo with all her long hair bundled neatly on the top of her head, and also a bit of makeup on her face. Perhaps it's my imagination, but I caught a sweet whiff of orange. Pochi's nose twitched slightly, suggesting that it was not just in my head. Well, she is a dog, so of course she'd notice. This is the fragrance of tiger fruit. Ooh, that is correct. I have received it from Miss Betty. I never would have expected this, of all things, coming from Betty. Was it because she usually would be normal normally, but then start showing interest in discussing such things when she was around the girls? Pochi walked behind Haruhana, perhaps due to taking a liking to that perfume of hers, which inevitably left the space open for Haruhana to walk beside me instead. Now that I think about it, this must be the first time I have ever headed out with Haruhana. Maybe that's why Haruhana looks a bit nervous right now. My familiar, on the other hand, seems quite relaxed as she basked her nose in the sweetness. Where do you plan to go for today, Sir Asley? Nowhere in particular, but I guess I ought to see Sir Gaston's magic tool specialist store at least. Ah yes, the place does have a wide range of useful wares to choose from. You've been there before? Does it stock things other than what's used only by mages? Surprised, I asked back, only for Haruhana to chuckle, her shoulders shaking subtly. I have had to accompany Fuyu and Natsu there on several occasions. Aha! Once I finally realized what should have been obvious, Haruhana chuckled once again. Haruhana put on a perpetual smile for the whole while we talked about mundane things. Perhaps this stemmed from her former profession, but I would never dare to point that out. She likely had been taught that, to satisfy one's companions, one would naturally have to suppress their negative thoughts and bring to light their positive emotions. While I pondered it over, Pochi turned to scowl at me with rightfully judgmental eyes. Thinking about some stupid things again, master? Oh. And so she said that, just as she often would, but this time I didn't pay any particular attention. Haruhana also smiled through this old routine of exchanges between us. So strange. It's like her smile holds the power to heal. Her positive emotions are bringing things to a positive direction, so there's no need to complain, is there? Besides, I do like seeing this gentle smile of hers. That's it. That's good, sir. I swear this doggo has been reading my mind. Right when we entered Gaston's magic tool specialist store, a nostalgic voice echoed along with the ringing of the doorbell. Welcome. The deep, raspy voice greeted us. Just like to my last time here, in the innermost part of the store was the old man with scruffy black hair, full beard and thick eyebrows, sitting in a chair and reading a book. The old man pushed his glasses up his nose and turned to look at us. Oh, a young man. You're the one who bought the star rods, if I remember correctly? He remembered me. A customer who'd visited the shop just once almost 3 years ago. That's amazing. Thank you very much for last time, sir. I'm out shopping for a new staff, so I figured I'd come here to see what's in stock. Thank you for helping out my master last time, sir. Oh, excuse me. I won't break anything, so I'll let myself in. Oh ho, a Siberian Husky familiar? Young man, is your name Asley by any chance? The old man told me to stop, seeming to have recalled something important. Well, yes, why? I knew it. Sir Gaston spoke of you some time ago. If you don't mind, I ask that you come take a look at this. On the old man's beckoning hand gesture, we all walked into the back of the store. Haruhana kept a perfect distance of 1 step behind me at all times. This is the one aspect of hers that differed her from Lena, I suppose. Her being so mature and formal for her age at times like this compels me to tense up my mannerisms by a tad bit. Once we reached the counter, the old man brought out a dust-covered cloth package from the shelf behind him and placed it on the countertop. What would this be? This is from Sir Gaston. Pass this over to the guy named Asley if he happens to visit the store, he said. Since when did he? Let's see. Must have been almost 2 years now. Oh my, Haruhana muttered in surprise while I refrained myself from saying anything for now, and Pochi clung on the counter as she stood on her rear toes in her attempt to get a look. Looks like everyone here is curious about what the package's contents were. Let's hurry and see what's inside, sir. Oh boy, what an active familiar. Ho ho ho! The old man laughed in reaction to my familiar's behavior, while he unwrapped the cloth. The contents were 2 staves. One exuded a graceful and calm stream of arcane energy. On it was engraved the symbol of the water dragon. Oh, The other exuded a fierce and furious stream of arcane energy. Its emblem was the symbol of the fire dragon. Oh ho! It seems that your new staff is glad to meet its master. Wow, would you look at that? A torrent dragon staff and a blazing dragon staff. Sir Gaston must have taken quite an interest in you to give away these two. Each of them can fit at most 4 spells for swift magic. They're powerful. I forced my gaping mouth shut. Even Pochi, in all her pushy glory, now had her jaw dropped to the floor. This blazing dragon staff was carved from the valuable horn of a lord dragon, a gigantic A-rank dragon. In the same vein, the torrent dragon staff was made from the fangs of a cobalt dragon, another A-rank dragon monster. A single cobalt dragon had countless fangs for one to manufacture staves with, but their population was now extremely low compared to the lord dragons. These two were collectively called the polarizing staves, and were considered extremely high-class articles. That reminds me, the blazing dragon staff seems to be the one Hornell preferred. If I were to put both of them up for auction, it probably would raise at least 5 million gold. And I'm getting these as gifts? Just like that. Feel free to choose which one you like for yourself. Then why 2 of them? The other one, well, he said it's for you to pass over to some girl called Lena, if my memory serves me right. For Lena, huh? We ought to repay him in one way or another, master. Yeah. I made sure to give my thanks to the old shopkeeper before wrapping the staves back up, carrying the package on my shoulder, and turning to leave. His deep, raspy voice said goodbye to us along with the ringing of the doorbell. However, that voice of his sounded more cheerful compared to when he had greeted us when we first came in. We hung around the front of the store for a little while, with me pondering over what I ought to do next, until Haruhana cheerfully sparked a conversation with me. Sir Asley, would you like to accompany me as I go shopping after this? Haruhana asked me at my peak of gratitude for having received a new staff. And of course it wouldn't hurt to go along with her now. I expressed my agreement, to which Haruhana seemed greatly pleased. It looks like I truly have a soft spot for that type of smile. So, where do you plan to go, Haruhana? The rust on my blade has been more difficult to shave off lately, so I thought it is about time I got myself a new one. Haruhana said as she presented the body height length katana that she had been keeping sheathed on her waist. Gah, isn't this a bit of a problem? I have practically zero knowledge when it comes to shops for conventional weapons, so does she have some place in mind? As I scratched the edge of my chin with my free hand and thought it over, Haruhana tugged at my finger and led the way. Hoo-hoo-hoo, this way. I felt a slight warmth on my index finger as it was wrapped in the palm of her little hand. Slightly agitated, I kept my watch on Haruhana as she led the way, with Pochi grinning as she observed both of us. Why am I suddenly feeling an urge to pinch Pochi's cheeks now? They're super stretchy. I'll remember to do that later. We came to a stop at an old weapon shop in the outskirts of the Northern Commercial District. The first thing that caught my attention was its slanted signboard, wooden and carved in the shape of a sword. According to Haruhana, Blazer had recommended this place to her. If it's his suggestion, then we probably won't have any issues, so with that reassurance in my mind we stepped inside. I only realized it just now, but Haruhana's arms were wrapping around my left arm, holding it down tightly. And now, Pochi's line of sight was locking us down tightly. Damn it, I never should have come here. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 81, An Inquiry. The store's interior turned out to not be as shabby as its exterior would suggest. A wide range of equipment, from armor for lightweight fighters to that for the heaviest soldiers, was on display for customers to browse through. They were organized distinctly into categories, so we immediately searched for the things that Haruhana would prefer. The wide and deep interior of the store was filled with weapons such as daggers, long swords, great swords, estoc, and even magic blade artifacts, collectively displayed in a grand gallery. After seeing all that, it's no wonder that the silver has taken a liking to this place. So Haruhana, are you sure you're fine with wielding a katana? Yes, I am. I would never prefer anything else. The katanas are over here. Pochi, standing in front of the katana display, called out to us. Still, I'm not a weapon connoisseur or anything, so what good would my being here even do? I wouldn't dare to make a suggestion because it has a high possibility of being a bad choice down the line. Looks like the best bet we have now is to ask the shopkeeper. Oh. No, on second thought, it seemed that Haruhana knew what she was doing well enough. Having finally let go of my arm, she intently observed every katana on the shelf. She held up some, tried unsheathing others, and analyzed the ripples on all their blades. She looked somewhat like a suspicious assassin, yet somewhat like a beautiful artisan. The ones hanging on the wall seem to be better weight. Since Haruhana is rank D now, she should be able to handle those price tags. She also looked in the miscellaneous section and found some good quality weapons, but I noticed that she had her eyes on one particular katana, hung high up on the right-hand wall, for a while now. I see, so that's the one she really was here for. Its asking price was a whopping 58,000 gold. That's enough for 2 years' worth of living expenses without a minute of work. Its inscription read, pronounced, Kozakura. Its length seemed to be a perfect fit for Haruhana's stature now. Should I or should I not fork out the gold for her? I mean, I wouldn't want to face Betty's wrath for spoiling her too much. I folded my arms and thought it over, and without warning, Pochi pointed at the Kozakura and spoke up. We'll take this katana, boss. Well, my familiar sure likes saying strange things. I don't remember her having any cash on her though. Now that strange doggo is winking at me. Is that supposed to be some sort of sign? And now Haruhana seems extremely happy for some reason as she wrapped her arms around mine once again and dragged me to the shopkeeper's counter. How strange. It seems that the contents of my wallet have decreased by 58,000 gold since I had exited the store. Why am I kneeling down on the floor and receiving a lecture from Betty while my familiar is eating her delicious-looking dinner right in front of me? It's bizarre. Of all the 5,000 years I have lived, I had never experienced an unexplainable phenomenon such as this. Luckily for me, Betty's straightforward mindset meant she doesn't hold grudges in most cases. But then again, this case of straight-up buying an expensive katana for Haruhana might very well stick with her. I don't particularly mind Bruce laughing his head off to her side, but my familiar, now leisurely scratching her neck with one of her back paws? Unforgivable. As for Lena, she did not come home today. She was apparently busy with work. It seems that she has been staying overnight at the university more often lately. Her being the student council president, it was probably a given that she would be busy during the influx period of new freshman candidates. Warren, the previous president, hadn't given the impression of that being the case at all, but I suppose he was a special case. That reminds me, I wonder where Warren is now and what he is up to. I had heard from Irene that, despite having been invited to join so many teams, into the employment of several aristocrats as their house mage, and even the major agencies of the nation, he had declined them all, and come his graduation, he had simply departed from Bylania without leaving so much as a trace nor clue. Considering his skills, he would undoubtedly thrive at anything he decided to do. Since he said that he was striving for the upper tiers of the nation, I thought he would try for a more direct approach, but, well, I'm sure Warren has his ideas and methods well thought out. And with that out of the way, Pochi Doggo, thou shalt offer thyself as the first victim of my new staff, the Torrent Dragon staff. What do you mean, victim? I thought that things were off when we were leaving town without visiting the guild, so you were after my fur after all. We had left Bylania through the west gate and headed to this rarely visited wasteland, where Pochi and I then stood facing each other. While monsters appeared here, they were relatively weak, so this location was ideal for me when I wanted some privacy for my training and experiments. As for the two staves, I had initially planned to discuss with Lena to decide on which one we wanted, but my choice ended up being fixed down by the Silver Trio's suggestion. The one I had taken was the Torrent Dragon staff, which I seemed to have better affinity for. In fact, it fit me so well that it might as well be magnetically attracted to my hands, practically tuning itself to my body. And now it was nice and all that Pochi played along with my joke, but now she was inclining her head in doubt and asked, "So what are you trying to pull, sir?" "Well, you remember when that Cleeth guy whipped out a big spell with swift magic? I figured I'd try implementing it now that I've got more slots, and thought you might be fast enough to dash." Air claw. Blades of wind came flying from Pochi's nails. "Well, what the hell are you doing? I should be the one asking you that. You always come up with asinine reasons to shoot at me. Are you really God's chosen one? He never even chose me, damn it. First I'd need to offer a sacrifice, then I'd have a shot at being chosen. By sacrifice you meant me, right? TSK. I swear she's been reading my mind. Ha, it's written all over your face. What a helpless master you are, sir. I know, right? Only someone like you would stay by such a useless guy's side for centuries. Yes, you can say that again. Excellent mages are a dime a dozen. Yet I chose to stay with you. Bask in my godly light of kindness. Looks like she's very proud of herself having said all that. Good, my strategy to distract her with a trivial victory was a success. Well, you know how it goes. I'll lay out what I have in mind, and if you have any issues with it, just point them out as we go. But of course, anything for my helpless master, sir. First is a division of a big spell's formula. For example, splitting the sharp wind asterisko spell into 2 parts and storing them in the staff. But if you do that for 2 large spells, wouldn't you be down to just those despite having 4 slots? How many big spells did Cleith use again? Now that she pointed it out, I recalled that the big ones Cleith had used were Rock Blast, Hell Stamp, and Icicle Hellfire, though Rock Blast and Icicle Hellfire had been invoked by drawing circles. Hell Stamp was technically the only spell that he had unleashed with swift magic. Used in tandem with the Hell Stamp was Remote Control, which also had to be invoked via swift magic, and in turn took up an additional slot. If he were to work with my first idea, he would need a staff with at least 3 swift magic slots. However, the staff he had wielded was most likely an Earth Rod, which supported only 2 slots. Right now that I think about it, the division method doesn't seem likely to work. Then what are your other ideas? Operate several spell circles using remote control, and then stack the spell parts into the emblem at the same time. Doesn't that sound way too difficult to be practical? You'd be casting 1 instance of remote control for each spell part involved, which means if the spell had 3 parts, you'd still need to maintain 3 castings at once. That's not feasible even for you, sir. Well, it may be doable if multiple casters were involved. I can cast some simple spells myself, so would you like to give it a try? Yeah, let's see if it works. Nope, didn't work. Didn't work indeed, sir. It turned out that the process still involved putting the parts in at once. After all, the stacking at the same time was only our perception, and not necessarily the case for how the staff carried out the process. Even the most instant timing for us would have a sliver of delay that the staff would register as a new step. Considering this information, my hypothesized method was practically impossible. If I were to be blunt, I had been quite charmed by the prospect of easy invocations of large-scale magic spells. I would like to accomplish it with whatever means I could, so as to alleviate as much future pain in my career path as possible. Because of this reason, hitting such a wall was quite a discouragement. I had tried to list out the people whom I could rely on with this subject, but well, Toos was the first to come to mind. Damn it, it's like that guy just pops up everywhere now that I know what he's capable of. Yet he's made himself inaccessible, refusing to pick up telepathic calls. I had wanted to ask Melchi as well, but as it turned out, she had recently gone communication-free as well. Oh, for the love of God! What's up with the mentor and student duo being so unreliable? After I was done considering those 2, the third name popped up in my mind. Of course, the man who had given me the Torrent Dragon Staff, Gaston the Great Mage of Flame. I still needed to thank him for the staves too, so I immediately contacted him. Hello? This is Asley. It's been a while, Sir Gaston. Young man? We did meet just the other day, so it hasn't been that long, don't you think? Well, whatever. What do you want? I've received the Torrent Dragon Staff and Blazing Dragon Staff from the store. Thank you very much, sir. Finally got those off my shelf, I see. I suppose I can't blame you since that incident happened. Which one of them do you plan to use? I seem to have a higher affinity for the Torrent Dragon Staff, sir. And with that, I'll be handing the Blazing Dragon Staff over to Lena. I see. Then I look forward to next year's 4th month. Ooh. What about the 4th month, sir? What haven't you heard? Lena will be working for me after she graduates from the Magic University. I've already discussed the particulars a while ago, when I went to a meeting at the Asley agency. Oh, so that's it. Well, I mean, this was Lena's choice to make. It's not my business to say anything regarding the matter. So what about you, young man? Gaston asked, but I gave a non-committal answer and shifted the conversation to the topic I wanted to discuss. Although Gaston was audibly peeved at having his question dodged, he still responded to my inquiry. So that is actually a thing? At least from what I've witnessed, yes. To be honest, I consider such a short casting process for large magic spells as quite a threat. So, Sir Gaston, I thought you would know something about it? Ooh. My initial reaction should be enough for an answer, don't you think? Yes, but I thought you might have something to add, you see. Humph, you've gotten good at flattery, haven't you? Anyways, I reckon being able to use magecraft is the key here. You can use it as well, so I would say that this thing is for you to figure out for yourself. And with that, my discussion with Gaston ended for the time being. I was sure that Cleith was capable of using magecraft as well. He couldn't possibly be able to use black magecraft without knowing how to use the normal variety. Word has it that swift magic had been invented quite recently too, on the scale of centuries anyway, so him having black magecraft in his arsenal might be an important factor. No way could he just whip out his big spells with a relatively new technique just like that. Still magecraft, huh? Now, to consider the presumed fact that large-scale magic spells could not be invoked via swift magic. Why is that the case? With some thought, it was so simple, their magic formulas were so large that, even on the off chance that they could fit in a slot, they could not be invoked through the method. With that in mind, would it work out if the focus was put on decreasing the size of the formulas instead? Wait, no, even if the magic formulas could be optimized, their size could not be reduced. Then what about putting in magecraft? No, that would further increase its size. Wah, Master, it's gotten pretty late now, don't you think? The more dangerous monsters start appearing around this time too. So let's go home already. There's no one to watch us here, so you can use the teleportation spell. Oh, I didn't realize it was already this late. I ought to hurry back, otherwise Betty will be angry at us again. As Pochi said, I could just make a teleportation circle here and be home instantly. And if I were to put in a time limit termination formula, then I could immediately erase it once. Wait, is that it? Oh, that's it. The key is the time limit termination magecraft. Huh, wouldn't the spell's information itself disappear if you use that? Come on, I'll just try it out once. So look, Riser. Here we have the sharp wind asteriscos. And now I put this in here. The emblem glowed, and the spell circle inside it did indeed vanish. This signified that the spell itself has now been slotted into the staff. In turn, this meant that spell exceeded the informational volume limit, and could not be invoked with swift magic. However, sharp wind asteriscos. Yes, without a doubt, the spell in its unaltered form was unleashed from the staff. It streaked through the wasteland, leaving a prominent trench in its path. Pochi, with eyes almost popping out of their sockets, glanced at my free hand to verify that I hadn't been drawing a circle. It worked. Wait, how did you do that? Like I said, I just put in the time limit termination magecraft. Answer me seriously, or else I'll get angry, sir. Well, it wouldn't be nice of me to anger Pochi when she's as thirsty for knowledge as she is now. I coughed to clear my throat and started to explain. It's pretty simple, actually. Again, the key is to put the time limit termination magecraft into the large-scale spells formula. This means the magecraft formula will make up the biggest section of the magic spell's information. And what then, sir? See, the spell is analyzed at the step in which its entirety is slotted into the staff's emblem. And remember that there's no need for all its parts to be magic formulas for it to be put into the staff. If I make it so that the time limit termination magecraft takes up the largest section of the magic formula information, then I can set that information to be terminated after the whole thing is in. Oh, so the information you initially forced into the staff mitigates in volume, allowing the staff to unleash the remaining parts. Zemel. For those who still didn't get it, here is a clarification from Barn. Originally you can force a large spell in but can't cast it because the emblem calculating the info of the whole spell to be too much. Padding it with unrelated info and deflating it, Once inside, fools the emblem to think the spell is actually far smaller, semi-forcing the emblem to cast it out. It still consumes the required amount of energy from the caster though. That's it. That's amazing, sir. Ha 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 ha. Keep the praises coming. I knew you could do it, master. I knew I was right to choose you. Yeah, this doggo might be a bit too much into her god roleplay. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 82 Lena's Purpose. Afterwards, Pochi and I did a lengthy selection for the 4 spells to put into the Torrent Dragon Staff. Having taken our time, we returned to the Asley agency in the dead of night. We popped into my room undetected via the teleportation spell, and then crashed into my bed. However, in contrast to Pochi's almost immediate visit to dreamland and subsequent snoring, I could not make myself fall asleep. Although Pochi's belly pillow was just as comfortable as ever, I couldn't help but be concerned about our future plans for now. Even though we held the convenience of owning a base of operations here in Bylania, the amount of information we could gather here was presumably less than what we may find at the royal capital of Regalia. I had planned to cooperate with Melchi for an efficient search in both locations at once, and had never expected her to be using the transmission isolator magecraft at this time. Yeah, the world's a tough place and all that jazz. But complaining wouldn't make things better. The Divine Messenger had told me to devote myself to my studies, so now that I have reached level 100, perhaps I ought to focus instead on gaining practical battle experience and knowledge, and also acquiring positive effect titles for my profile. Titles pertaining to combat achievements probably could be acquired automatically during battles, so I suppose I could prioritize that for now. The one I would like to have the most right now would be Rank S, I guess? Right, if I had that, I would have access to a broader range of information, and also more opportunities to make money for the Asley agency. I've got to remember to ask Duncan about it tomorrow. Drowsiness finally overtook my body as I pondered things over, so I let myself be absorbed in it. But then I felt a flickering of arcane energy right outside my door. This peaceful and gentle aura. Lena. Yes. She answered, prompting me to pull myself up from my bed. Right. I'd heard that she had to stop by the university, so it's reasonable that she'd be back once her job there was done. I walked toward the door, keeping my footsteps as light as possible so as to not wake Pochi up, and then opened the door just as quietly. What was revealed to me, exactly as what had happened once before when we had been stuck renting in rooms, was Lena's delighted countenance as she held up her new staff. I closed the door behind me, and Lena took a step back to make way. Technically I was the one who took a step toward her, but for some reason, I had felt that the former description was more fitting. I would like to thank you for the staff. She bowed her head down, a gesture that took me by surprise. Oh no, you should be thanking Sir Gaston, not me. Oh, of course, but, well, if it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened, you see. That's not true. You've been keeping at it with the best of your abilities, haven't you? Lena's face reddened up in reaction to my counter-statement. And shit's dark as all hell tonight, yet her smile is as radiant as ever. How does she do that? While my thoughts ran wild, Lena's face turned resolute as she looked at me once again. From my experience, that was the sign of the discussion taking a turn for the serious. I looked back at Lena right in her eyes, so as to communicate non-verbally that we ought to continue the conversation in the first-floor dining room. Lena nodded, then started to walk behind me as we got ourselves downstairs. Once we sat down opposite to each other, Lena put her hands on her chest and took a deep breath. Sir Asley, I'll be joining the Magic Guardians at the Royal Capital. If I hadn't heard anything from Gaston beforehand, I would have been greatly surprised. It seemed that Lena had carefully chosen the timing of this discussion herself. Considering her character, she probably preferred not to discuss this subject through a telepathic call. Assuming that she'd waited for when it's just the two of us to discuss this subject, she wasn't necessarily intending to keep it to herself. For some reason, that assumption of mine felt quite reassuring, and my body reacted accordingly, as apparent from my line of sight and breathing. I see. I believe that you can do it, Lena. Not to mention Fuyu's working there as well. Well, I think my abilities are still quite far from measuring up to yours, you see, so I figured I would improve myself by working with the magic guardians. And when the Devil King comes, I'd like to lend you my power then." That rendered me speechless. Not by Lena's declaration of her new objective, but by the sincerity of her sentiment. She had found her purpose all on her own, something I could never hope to do, what with me basing my path on what I had heard from the divine messenger. I had unknowingly made up excuses for my actions, and in doing that, I might have lost sight of my true purpose. That was why I had no words to answer her with. Tonight, Lena's newly declared purpose had made me question mine. I hadn't even been aware of my pupil's gradual improvement. Now I felt that the results of her growth thus far has given me a reassuring nudge in the right direction. Me too. I won't let myself be beaten that easily, you know? When I finally wrung a reply out of my reluctant mouth, Lena reacted with a head tilt and a stare at my face that went through my soul. And then her face briefly became rosy-colored, or so I felt, a sign of relief from stress perhaps. Suddenly the clouds moved away, giving way for the moonlight to cast over Lena. That was when I fully realized the change of her mood. The same black robe ever, the same face as ever, now shining in a pretty bright red. "You're beautiful." Ha-dash. The comment I accidentally let out turned the rosy color into the color of a burning flower field. She covered her beet-red face with both hands, doing her best to escape my field of view as she ran away to her room. "I won't lose," Lena declared once she was sufficiently away from the dining room, as a reply to my earlier claim. Then once I stopped hearing her footsteps darting up the stairs, I set my face down on the table and grabbed the back of my head, as if to tear my hair out. So much for keeping my thoughts to myself. Zemel, if you do not know how to approach the girl, be honest. A deep honesty is always appreciated. Unless you are being a fool, do this in an inappropriate moment. The latter part is, most of the time, left to a chance though. The next day, Pochi and I visited the Adventurers Guild and sparked a conversation with Duncan, while he was preparing some beer. A rank-up evaluation for rank S. It's not like you'll be chosen just because you're level 100, so it's not likely to happen quickly, yeah? I know I can vouch for your qualifications just fine, but not that many people have gotten recommended just based on their level, you see. Well, to put it bluntly, you're still lacking in documented experience despite your level. Yeah, that sounds about right. You've been away without logging in any work for quite a long time too. I knew that would be the case. All right then. I'll go do some adventuring real quick, so please hand over the toughest work you have now. 1,000 apologies for my master's arbitrary demands, Duncan. Ooh, you got it, my boy. I take this to table C. Duncan set a few mugs of beer on a tray and passed it over to a young waitress nearby. Wait, if I'm seeing the right person. This girl is also living at the Asley agency. It's Suki. Could that be her? Oh, now that she greeted me, there's no doubt in my mind. I watched on as she did her best to carry the tray, what with it being relatively enormous for her. Seeming to have noticed that, Duncan gave me some explanation. She's recently started working for us part-time. Ooh, she's got surprisingly good reflexes for this line of work. You know? Haha. That's a surprise. For real. I never thought I'd be seeing Suki here. We sometimes accept people recommended by adventurers and those we can trust into our employment, you see. She's a kid, so we really can't pay her much, but her management skills were guaranteed since she was from the colorful food district. And she's been working hard, you know? Helped me a bunch, and she's actually pretty popular too. So that's the case. I can definitely see how the youth's positive energy has an effect on this place. Their adorable, innocent smiles are justice. I can understand the intention of the adventurers taking the initiative in creating jobs for those who need them. Now back to work, my boy. Since you're rank A. How about this one? The request Duncan showed me was the usual monster hunt. The one I was to hunt was the Kerberos worm, the den of which was located southeast of Bylania, or to be more precise, east of Giant's Passage. The Kerberos worm, as the name implied, it was a 3-headed earthworm beast, and it boasted a massive size. Seeing that this was an A-ranked request despite the target being a B-ranked monster, there has to be some sort of catch here. I expressed to Duncan my intention to accept it, and then went to check out the other high-difficulty requests that were for around the same area. I browsed until I filled up the limit of 3 simultaneous quests. It would have been more efficient to just accept everything and turn them in all at once, but alas, regulations dictated that I could not do so. Then again, fortunately, I could use the teleportation spell and could instantly return to my room at any time, so I can still do things faster than most of the other adventurers. So, aside from the Kerberos worm, what requests did you accept, sir? I've heard that rank A monsters are turning up less lately, you see, so the highest they had were all B rankers. I know we're in this just for the money, but with how we are now, these are just a walk in the park, huh? The task of searching for monsters was entrusted to my familiar Pochi. The nose of a beast is sharper than a man's, after all. Once we reached the request's marked locations, all she had to do was start sniffing around to easily find the monsters we needed. Partially because of that, we had finished the hunts other than the Kerberos worm before reaching the Giant's Passage. Alright, gotta go a little east from here. Then start the search. Oh woo! After 10 minutes or so, Pochi's nose started twitching. At first, I thought she had finally detected the monster, but from the look on her face, that didn't seem to be the case. What's up? People extremely high fighting strength. From how they're moving, I'd say that they're warriors. Alright, let's be careful as we approach them. Wouldn't want them to slip by if they're bandits. Rise all up. Count 2 in remote control. After applying body augmentation effects with magic, I relied on Pochi's nose and ears to move forward. And then when Pochi's nose twitched again, she instantly gigantified, informing me of the potential danger before even speaking a single word. Master, prepare to run at all times. They're a large group. Pochi bared her fangs and kept her eyes sharp, prompting me to prepare for battle. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 83, Argent of the Silver General. As Pochi and I were on high alert for what she had detected, a fairly large group of warriors in silver armor emerged from the east. Their perfectly lined march made them look like an official army. Well, not that I knew how well trained the soldiers at Regalia were, but chances are that this group was even better than the army there. From what I could see now, the majority seemed to be on the relatively low level of B-ranked adventurers, but a good chunk possessed A-ranked abilities or higher. One among them, the old man astride a white horse in the very back row, was definitely stronger than the members of the Duodcad conference I knew. The group's numbers were about 50, I guess. They halted their march immediately upon detecting us, their synchronous timing so impeccable as if they had arranged it beforehand. Identify yourself. The warrior lady in the lead opened with a demand for information. Pochi and I briefly glanced at each other, making sure that we were on the same page that, judging from her statement, the other party was not immediately hostile. I'm an adventurer from Bylania. We're here to hunt a Kerberos worm, which has been reported to dwell in this area. The warrior waited to hear my whole reply before turning around. She seemed to be communicating with the old man way in the back. The man, while still on his horse, now had taken one foot off the stirrup and readied himself to jump off at all times. He had a sharp glint in his eyes, beautifully metallic silver hair, and a physically fit body that betrayed no signs of old age, and he bore quite an uncanny similarity to that guy. Master, doesn't that man look a bit like Blazer? Yeah, chances are he's with the Silver General? The one and only. To my idle statement, the old man responded, with a far younger voice than what one would expect from someone his age. That, and his vocalization was so far-reaching that I could hear him loud and clear from 10 meters away. From what I've gathered, this man must be Argent Blazer's grandfather, a prestigious warrior on par with the 6 Braves, and the leading man of the Brigade of Silver General. Now that I got a closer look, all the members around Argent, presumably acting as bodyguards, possessed abilities fit for rank S. I'd heard from Blazer that he was fast, but exactly how fast could he be? I see. Whoa. Oof dash. Yeah, he's fast. He just instantly moved to where I was from way over there. I wouldn't have reached to him fast enough, and that had been just barely. if I hadn't had augmentation's effects on myself. In reflex, I had jumped a fair distance backwards and held up my staff in a battle-ready stance. It seemed that Pochi's eyes had been able to keep up too. Now that was what I'd expect from Melchi's training partner. In the front, the Silver General members voiced their admiration, presumably toward us. Had they been testing us? I had heard that this sort of exchange happened among adventurers from time to time, but I'd never thought my first time experiencing it would be against Argent of all people. Well, I never expected you to have such quick reflexes. Seems like Bylania has been raising today's youths well. Apart in the tangent I just went on. My name is Argent. It seems that you're an acquaintance of Blazer, so let me ask. Does he currently reside in Bylania? Well, yes. I see. Argent produced what seemed to be an extremely subtle grin on his face and proceeded to move away, returning to his horse in the blink of my eyes. What is your name, young man? I am Pochi. I know he was facing you, but you're not a young man, are you? I am called Asley, sir. Asley Pochi. I'm sure we'll meet again somewhere out there. Until then. Oh. Simultaneously with the old man's shout, the leading warrior lady stepped forward once more, followed by the rest of the bunch. They went on their way past us as we looked. They came and went like a storm, which made me wonder what in the world were they up to. Presumably, they had come from the east, so perhaps they were heading for Tude? Or had they come from the thirsty desert down southeast? From there, they could head to Iverial Town, but it still was quite a detour, and the route from Tude was more densely traversed. Moreover, they were not heading due north where Bylania was. Rather, they went straight west, where the hillied regions and the forest of deep-rooted sins were. If I remembered right, past those locations was a town called Bianchi, which was also a general stopping point for a detour to Regalia. Well, for all I knew, this brigade could also very well be heading for the danger zone, and that wouldn't be out of my realm of expectations at all. Now that I've thought about it, large unified groups such as theirs would naturally have their own course of action. The Silver General, they were a high-class force that had accepted many tasks directly from the nation. I had heard that many adventurers longed for a position in their ranks because, above all else, the range of freedom of opinions and actions they have to their members. Although this was only my first time seeing them in person, when we fight the Devil King, I reckon they would be a major contributor to our war potential. We stood to watch the Silver General continue on their way, staying put until we could no longer see them. He sure was one intense character, sir. Yeah, I wouldn't have survived if he actually was out for my neck. As the saying goes, what is superior will always have a superior, sir. If I don't cross the wall erected by God himself, I'll never reach the level of the Devil King. Is that it? Thanks to our encounter with Argent and the Silver General, the sight of the Kerberos worm paled in comparison. We hunted it down without incident, and then used the teleportation spell to immediately return to my room. It was still around noon, so I headed back to the Adventurers Guild to turn in my reports and accept more jobs. I ended up taking 3 B-ranked quests, and then went back to my room once again. Having trained under Two's, B-ranked requests were a piece of cake for us. Since we could clear up everything so quickly, we were able to accept at least 3 rounds of quests, in other words 9 monster hunts in a single day. We kept up that pace every day since then, and while A-ranked quests turned up occasionally, we were practically clearing jobs way below our level for most of the time. Adventurers Guild, 21st day of the 3rd month, 94th year of the War Demon calendar. Hey there, tough boy, I've got a gift you ya. Duncan passed me an envelope. Pochi and I turned to look at each other, guessing in our heads what its contents could be. Our face quivering from the anticipation. It's finally time. Master. Oh yeah. All the other adventurers here seemed to have guessed the same, what with them gathering in a clump around us to sneak a peek at the letter as I opened it. Despite all the weight on my back and shoulders, I successfully opened it, and sure enough, it was written there, the long-awaited rank-up evaluation to rank S. All right. I subconsciously let out my voice in celebration. The designated time and place was the 25th of this month at the royal capital of Regalia. Doesn't this mean I have to be there within 4 days? That's right, your evaluation process has already begun. You know, just go with the other candidate who's waiting for you outside. And you'll be just fine. Duncan shot me a wink and pointed me to the exit. Pochi and I turned to look at each other again as all the adventurers behind us pushed us toward the door, leaving us be once we were outside. The person who had been waiting for me in front of the guild was... Wait for it. Betty. You too. That's right. Looks like we've got ourselves a reliable ally for the road ahead, Master. Yeah, you can say that again. Come now, we don't have much time, so let's hurry and get there. Even seasoned adventurers would normally take at least a week to get there, you know? Now this was a total surprise. I never thought I would be going to Regalia with Betty, of all people. Apparently, a limited range of personnel had the permission to travel to Regalia via the teleportation spell. Considering my general public reputation as a magic university dropout, I couldn't hope to use that anytime soon. Because of that, we packed our bags in a hurry and met up at the north gate of Bylania. While she waited to go, Betty stretched her legs, all ready to sprint off. Rise, arise. All up. Count 3 in remote control. Oh boy, I can't get enough of this boost. You wanna sit, Betty? What are you saying? You're her boss, so it might be normal for you to be riding her, but that's not the case for me, you know? Besides, you just cast this body augmentation spell, right? I won't lose to Pochi's speed with this boost on me. Betty shot me a wink, with a totally different implication from Duncan's, stretched one last time and looked into the distance toward the north. I hopped on Pochi's back once she gigantified. My familiar dug her paws in the earth, getting ready to dash forth as she gazed straight forward. Here we go. Yeah. Oh woo. The instant Pochi and Betty spurted off, their powerful first step shredded the wind. Pochi started off with a higher speed, with Betty conserving her energy and following right behind her. That's amazing. I knew she was the nimblest out of the silver trio but never thought she was this fast. I voiced my admiration for that realization, which Pochi picked up with her ears and chuckled in response. How about that? Betty asked, prompting me to return a wry smile. Yes, this was what's important. Everyone has constantly been improving themselves. I can't afford to fall behind them. With that in mind, I stood up on Pochi's back and hopped down. I ran on ahead immediately as I landed, marking Betty's turn to be surprised by my speed. Aren't you tired, Master? You sure you don't want to sit? Yeah, you're wasting energy, you know? Don't speak in that creepy voice ever again, Betty. Hey, how about I carry you on my back, Pochi? Hoo. He's sure an ancient man-child if ever I've seen one. The three of us lining up with each other, we streaked through the wind. We still had a long way to our destination, royal capital Regalia. Now I wonder what could this rank-up evaluation have in store for us. I wouldn't have much time left once I'm there, so it doesn't seem like I'd be able to gather much information, not to mention being unsure whether I'd meet Melchi there at all. Still, no matter what awaits us on the road ahead, I'll absolutely get that rank S title for myself, for the sake of getting as strong as possible. Here we come, royal capital Regalia. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 84, Assault Cobalt. Adventurers Guild. Night of the 21st day of the 3rd month. I am Teruo. My master is Tifa. Tifa has been holed up in her room of the building called University Dormitory up until yesterday, and now she is finally coming outside. All the while I was stuck in this fascinating pose the humans called sitting in front of the room. Tifa never let me in no matter how much I tapped on the door, so I was constantly subject to the humiliation of being petted and scratched by all the young ladies passing by. Still, all that did feel quite comfortable. Still, those girls never stayed long, courtesy of the death growl of Tifa's arcane energy driving them away. I do not understand. Why would Tifa choose to seclude herself for as long as a month? Would it not be more reasonable for her to be at the Adventurers Guild, garnering some experience and earning those shiny gold trinkets people use to exchange for food? At any rate, she is outside now and is heading to the Adventurers Guild, so I suppose there is no longer a need to question it. Which reminds me, this is my first time here at the Bylania Guild. I had visited one at the previous town, but was entrusted with the humiliating task of waiting outside. Oh, it seems that I may enter the establishment today? I suppose Tifa is still a human child after all. Very well. I shall be your shield as you brave this uncharted territory, Oh, what a cute little doggo. Is he your familiar, my girl? Well, what is up with this freak? Is he a devil or something? Those muscles of his are practically a millimeter away from bursting through his shirt. That thick aura of arcane energy behind him. And those constantly analyzing lines of sight are as sharp as the sacred sword. I'm a rank D adventurer. Do you have any high-paying jobs? Taking a crude stance right off the bat, I see. It seems that my master is also quite a devil herself. Perhaps this is what they call asserting one's dominance. Then again, I'm seeing quite a lot of well-trained adventurers here. Part of it is due to the city's large size and its dense population, of course. At any rate, I feel that this particular place has a somewhat different feel from the other towns I have been to. How about this? Assault Kobold, C-ranked monster. It's still a full hunt, but the target is injured, so the difficulty rank's been bumped down to D. From what I'm seeing, I'd say you'll do just fine. I see. Then I'll take that dash. Excuse me, I would like to accept this Assault Kobold hunt dash. Tifa and I turned around and was met with the sight of a rarely seen black-haired girl. Judging from her stance and wardrobe, she must be a warrior. For a human, she sure has a pleasant fragrance about her. Oh, Haruhana? Sorry, but I just handed it to this girl, you see. Is that so? I will be searching for a different quest, then. If that is so, you'd best step aside, young lady. My master has accepted this request before anyone else, and that is final. It would not do us good for you to interfere with our activities. No, wait. How about you go with us? Come again. I also want to see how strong the other adventurers here are, you see. So how about we form a party and split the reward? Heh. Look what you did, Tifa. Now this young lady is confused as well. The devil man glanced briefly at us just now, too. Are you sure it's normal for a human to act how you just did? Well, Haruhana, if you're fine with that, then I sure can make it happen ere this girl hears Tifa, by the way. Hope you all get along. And so we have bolstered our ranks for this quest. Haruhana, was she now? From what I've seen of her so far, especially her strut, I would say she's not bad at all. Yes, I'm Tifa. And this is, well anyway, nice to meet you. She just eliminated my chance at introducing myself. Excuse me? Damn it, Tifa. How could you? I'll never live this down. I'll never live this down, you hear me? I am Haruhana. Nice to meet you too. Now what an elegant human woman she is. Oh, I swear, I will have her display such mannerisms toward me one of these days. Hey Teruo. Stop it. Here comes her glare, sharp like a spear of ice. Whether by coincidence or by fate, my slap on her leg for foregoing my introduction ended up leaving a scratch. Gah, now she's bleeding out of it. I supposed I must do that, Zenith disgrace be damned. Slurp. Slurp, gay. That bloody hurt. She just poked my forehead so heavily, as if to express how hurt she was herself. That was a bit too much, Tifa. I wouldn't have done that if your licking was actually good for healing. Your tongue is dirty, so keep it away from me. Well, excuse me, princess. What, did you believe my tongue is toxic or something? Hey, at any rate, I have gained myself a valuable piece of information. I shall use it to pester Tifa the very next chance I have. Teruo, was it now? Nice to meet you as well. Finally realized my noble presence, have you, young lady? You ought to not hold us back, yes? Now Tifa, let us go forth dash. This is it. This is it. If I nail this strut, the Haruhana lass would surely look with envy at my elegance. What are you tiptoeing around for? Apologies. North from Bylania. Reach the signpost on the fork in the road. East there into the woods, so it's supposed to be around here. Tifa, I smell blood. And slight decay. Rise, arise, hype up. Dash. Something the matter, Haruhana? Oh no, it's nothing. It seems that Haruhana just had a particular reaction to Tifa's chanting. Whatever could be the deal with her. As we progressed deeper into the woods, we happened upon a hole deep and wide enough to fit at most one adult-sized human. Oh, makes sense that the rotten smell came from here. These are monsters' corpses. Quite a few of them. Goblins and little ogres. Take a closer look, you too. The state of these bodies seem quite eccentric. Seriously, what is up with the ominous state these monsters' corpses? These particular monsters had their hearts located in the same spot where a human's heart would be, and the bodies all had that spot gouged out. This definitely was not the work of a beast. They might have been put through some unnatural movement. Oh ho, you've noticed as well, Tifa? The assault kobold doesn't seem to be here. That moment, a small dark silhouette appeared behind Haruhana. Humph. It was a kobold, dagger in hand, swiftly closing in for a stab. However, Haruhana reacted in time, unsheathing the katana on her waist and blocking the attack. The vicinity rang with the shrill of steel against steel. Reddish-brown skin of peculiar texture and blazing red eyes, just as the quest sheet reported. That is the assault kobold. But something isn't right. What is up with that black vapor it's emitting from its body? Met with such bizarre circumstances, Tifa immediately began drawing a spell circle. Dash. Is an assault kobold supposed to be this strong? Haruhana is being pushed back. No, that's impossible. How is it that this C-ranked monster possesses the strength to overpower one such as her? Arise, power down and remote control. The assault kobold is promptly wrapped in a red veil of light. However, that did not weaken its push against Haruhana's defense at all. Oh come on, how'd that not work? Enjich. This is bad. It seems that Haruhana is at the limit of her strength. Very well, I shall dash. Gui dash. You just stay put. She grabbed me on my scruff and flung me backwards, causing me to land just in front of the hole. For the love of God. That hurt, Tifa. I turned to Tifa, intending to shoot a glare at her, but what I ended up seeing caused a chill to run down my spine. My master Tifa is bleeding from her arm. She's staggering slightly from the pain, and to her side is another assault kobold. This one is missing its left arm. Oh, I see. This one is the one that was reported as injured. I would have been in for a world of hurt if Tifa didn't toss me out of there. However, she is the master in doing that. She completely missed the point of our relationship. Curses. Is there nothing I can do? As the injured assault kobold limped toward her, Tifa drew out a knife from one of her check pockets. Don't be crazy, girl. A mage can't possibly win against an assault kobold at close quarters combat. Haruhana's knees are starting to give out under the other assault kobold's persistent push. She can't afford to retreat either. What should we do now? Arise. Quadra boundary. Tifa unleashed a spell in an instant? Or was it? I don't recognize a circle of that design. The unfamiliar circle shot out 4 stake-shaped masses of light toward Haruhana's opponent, forming a square perimeter around it and restricting its movement. GYH. Free from the assault kobold, Haruhana jumped backwards and landed in front of Tifa, then turning to confront the wounded assault kobold instead. Haha. Thank you very much. Rise, arise, middle cure. You're welcome. What the dash? Beyond Tifa's line of sight was the assault kobold that should have been confined, but now it is slowly moving forward, resisting the quadra boundary's electrifying light. Oh, come on! In the end, the boundary shattered in a yellow burst of sound. The assault kobold stepped forward as if wading its way through the residual light. And if only my original powers would return. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 85, A Disaster. As the assault kobolds drew near, Tifa and Haruhana took one step back, then another, and then another. Tifa tried to start drawing a spell circle, but the disruption from the wounded assault kobold forbid her from going through with it. If she were to move recklessly, it would surely not end well for Haruhana as well. Haruhana herself did not move, having also understood the potential consequences of doing so. Suddenly, behind them both, Tarawo howled. He made it as loud as he possibly could, so as to draw the enemy's attention. This was the timing one could not afford to let pass. Haruhana dashed toward the wounded assault kobold, prioritizing its elimination. Tifa stayed behind and began to draw a circle for thunder, the fastest striking spell in her arsenal. By the time the one-armed kobold had its attention back to its main opponent, Haruhana was already in the air, performing a somersault before landing behind it. Tifa unleashed her thunder, sending it coursing through the earth toward the injured assault kobold. The monster had its full attention on Haruhana. With it not noticing the incoming stream of electricity behind it, Haruhana was sure that they already won this fight. However, Jayajai, the other, healthier assault kobold, had circled around the wounded one and defended it. It shattered the ground with a strike of its dagger, dispersing the lightning stream. Tifa's face twitched upon realizing the failure of their plan, and at the same time, a look of utter astonishment ran through the face of Haruhana, who had been so confident of their victory just moments ago. That was the realization of her negligence. Haruhana had been aiming to deal the decisive strike when the wounded kobold was stunned by the thunder. That was the very reason she had ultimately mistimed her attack, which in this case was equivalent to mistiming her defense. For Haruhana, that had been a miscalculation, while her opponent, on the other hand, had things go exactly how it had planned. The monster successfully deflected her blow. Haruhana, without any hope for evasion whatsoever, could now only close her eyes and await her death. However, for some unknown reason, the dagger had disappeared from the assault kobold's remaining arm. Or rather, what had disappeared was its whole arm. Haruhana was bewildered by such an abnormal turn of events, but then almost instantly realized what she ought to prioritize. With an uppercut slash, she cleaved her target from bottom to top in a single stroke. Right when the armless assault kobold's body split open, Tifa wasted no time to ride on the momentum. Rise arise! Thunder bit! A clump of electricity flew out of its spell circle, then split into 5 fist-sized balls. The spheres surrounded the other assault kobold, emitted a collective flash of light, and then flew at the monster in their center at blinding speed. Jijijijijai dash! The assault kobold had its body burned, sending a disturbing stench wafting through the air. Tifa and Haruhana, unfazed by such a sight and smell, ran ahead as if they were mutually drawn to each other, up to where the assault kobold was. However, Tifa acted faster, prompting Haruhana to stop her feet at a distance she deemed appropriate instead. Burst! Now go for it! The assault kobold, taking a violent kick to its side, was sent flying toward Haruhana, to where her blade was already aiming for. Haruhana waited for the perfect timing to stress her diaphragm and shout out. 7th lunge! Countless thrusts, too fast to be counted by the naked eye, pierced through every single vital spot of the assault kobold. The battle was over, or so Haruhana thought, but she shook her head upon thinking of her overconfidence from earlier. She leapt away from her position to where Tifa was. They stood back to back, observing their surroundings for any lingering bloodthirst. Terawo approached Tifa. Upon seeing the monster's corpse up close, particularly how it had been stabbed full of holes like a beehive, he cringed back from the sight. Tifa, having understood the intent behind Haruhana's course of action, proceeded to draw a spell circle. This one specifically for a timely analysis on the situation. Rise arise arise! Bit and flash eye! As 5 black spheres emerged from the spell circle, Tifa added the flash eye spell on top of them. The orbs promptly took in the spell as if sucking it in. Rise arise! Remote control! Then she invoked 4 instances of remote control, sending each of them flying in different directions around her. What Tifa had created on the fly was an automatic enemy searching system, with the bits scanning the vicinity and transmitting the information straight through to her brain. Due to the sheer quantity of information to process in such a short period, Tifa felt a slight ache run through her head. Tifa had an anguished look on her face as she held her head with her free hand. Haruhana glanced at Tifa out of concern, but upon the latter's insistence that she was fine, the former returned her gaze to her observation. Even now, Terawa was still shaking. Phew, looks like everything's all right now. You think so? Yeah, I'll give that 60 points. In the brief moment they slackened their vigilance, the two was met with a deep voice in their ears. The 3 could not help but turn to where they assumed the voice had come from. However, they soon realized that the voice itself was a diversion. Although the voice had definitely originated in the direction they were looking, the owner of the said voice was nowhere to be found. No, not there. Over here. The three turned around once again. The one who now stood in front of Tifa and Haruhana was Bruce, one of the Silver. Sir Bruce. Tifa judged from the surprised yet lax tone of Haruhana's exclamation that this new arrival was not an enemy. Still, she showed no signs of relief. She was taken aback by Bruce's physical capabilities, and in turn was reminded of her own foolishness. The combination of such feelings agitated her greatly. Hey there, Lil Miss. Save the brooding for when you get back to town. There must be something else you ought to do now. Tifa came to her senses upon receiving that reminder. She, along with Haruhana and Terawo, kept her guard up. Even though Bruce was already right in front of them. Good. I mean, too little too late for that, but still. Bruce said and nodded once, then turned away from the three. Blazer and Natsu were standing by where he looked at. Sir Blazer. Natsu. Why are you all here? We're following Natsu around, that's all. And sorry we didn't mean to butt in, but it looked dangerous back there. Bruce threw that rock real hard, you know? It was super awesome. With that, Tifa, Haruhana, and Terawo finally realized what had happened. It was by Bruce's interference that the injured assault kobold had lost its remaining arm at the end. Blazer dude. I thought you promised not to tell anyone. I sure did. But the one who spilt it was Natsu, you know? Goddamn it. I should have told Natsu to zip it as well. Ahahaha. You three were super cool though. In reaction to Natsu's innocent laughter, Haruhana and Tifa turned to look at each other, while Terawo groaned up his nose. The former two ended up cracking a smile, and so did Bruce and Blazer in succession. But the latter two were only smiling on the surface, for their eyes suggested a completely different tone. Both of them realized what the other was implying, and so they went to observe the healthier assault kobold's remains. Never thought a C-ranked assault kobold would be that strong, must have been close to an A-ranker's power there. Weird stuff just keeps happening lately, man. What's going on? How about I have Lena contact Asley about it later? Might be related to that weird magecraft thing he explained to us a while back. Sure thing. I'll leave the rest of the stuff to you then. Bruce nodded in response to Blazer's eye contact, and then moved on to pick Natsu up. Natsu seemed to be used to doing this, as apparent from her holding onto his neck with one arm then waving everyone else goodbye with the other. Bye-bye. See you later. The girl's cheerful voice echoed in the distance, thanks to the sheer walking speed of Blazer's group. As Tifa and Terawo were agape in shock at how fast everyone else was, Bruce called out to them once more. You're done with the quest already, right? Come on, let's get back to town. High-ranked monsters appear at night around here, so it's best that we all hurry. Haruhana nodded in response to that advice, sheathed her katana, then turned to Tifa and saw that she was casting her eyes down in shame. She proceeded to give her a pat on her shoulders, whispering, "Don't worry about it. All of us still have a long way to go." Tifa kept her eyes down to look at Terawo, who has now rejoined her side and was looking up at her. She struggled to keep her lips sealed as she finally raised her face. Yeah, I know. In an attempt to hide her embarrassment, she pulled her hood up before starting after Bruce and the others. Haruhana, having observed the act from behind, turned to Terawo, who was now dumbstruck by Tifa's positive change of attitude. Haruhana whispered to him, "Such a good master, isn't she?" "She's not." However, all the Chihuahua familiar had for his reply were two words suggesting the contrary. Well, Haruhana muttered in mild surprise, before chuckling at the sight of the dog's wagging tail. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 86, Irene the Invincible Sprout. Noon of an unmarked day during the 4th month, 94th year of the War Demon calendar. Amid the incessant sunlight, the skin-piercing wind, and the ceaseless violent sweeps of sand, was one girl, body bent as she kept herself standing with her hands rested on her knees. She raised one hand to wipe the stream of sweat down her chin, without taking her eyes off the man who stood in front of her. The man was naturally gigantic, with his bulging muscles further adding to his perceived size. It was as if he was an indestructible mountain. The girl was short of breath, and even though the ground at her feet was now dry, traces of splattered blood lingered all around her. Under normal circumstances, she would be standing proudly with her arms folded, but that was so not the case on this occasion. Instead, the one standing with his arms folded was the gigantic man. She, on the other hand, was now bleeding out her mouth and struggling just to keep herself from collapsing on the spot. Rock blast! The ground under the man's feet blew up at the same instant the girl invoked a spell circle. But his eyes suggested no sense of danger whatsoever as he stood his ground, comfortably basking in all the rocks and dirt that had blown up at him. Rock blast! The man proceeded to draw a spell circle in the air with blinding speed, casting the exact same spell as the girl had, shattering the ground under her feet. Ah dash! There was however a sharp difference in power between the two castings. Left with no means of evasion, the girl took a direct hit of the powerful spell, and was knocked high up in the air, then crashed onto the boulder behind her. By the time she was back on the ground, her body was already in no state to continue fighting. Seeing that the girl was completely immobile, the man heaved a deep sigh and scratched his head. He slowly walked up to the girl, then speedily invoked 2 spells to heal her. He proceeded to pick the unconscious girl up by the collar of her shirt, and then threw her through the entrance of a nearby cave. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that it was man-made. A simple table and some furniture had been set up inside, albeit ones that did not match the man's size whatsoever. The girl, crashing onto the table, coughed out a pained breath before immediately losing consciousness once again. Tsk, course it's Asley again. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance and grumbled before looking up at the sky. It seemed that he was now in a conversation with the aforementioned Asley via a telepathic call. After a while, he clicked his tongue once again and then went inside the cave to call the girl, who was still lying motionless on the table. Hey, you gonna stay a mook forever if you don't get up? She promptly twitched midway into the sentence, her eyes opening wide upon the trigger that was the word mook. Though her stamina was at rock bottom, her face suggested a strong willpower as she unsteadily rose up. Her feet possessed some lingering strength to allow her limp onwards. Technically, she was mustering the last of her strength, but one would rather think that she was compensating for physical force with emotional strength. Gah! You seriously need to learn how to treat a lady, old man. Shut up, old hag. For the invincible sprout you sure been losing lots, eh? I swear, the 6 archmages standards gone down the drain these days. So much for the highly regarded philosopher. Now I understand exactly what Asley meant when he talked about you. That bastard should have known he's the kind to talk behind my back. Gonna remember that for next time I see him. Irene and Tus at odds, clashed with each other verbally. Oh. Irene, having taken time off from the Magic University, had come to this wasteland in the Far East in pursuit of knowledge and power. In the last third of the first month of the year, Tus had been taken by surprise by Irene's unprecedented arrival, and welcomed her with the face of an earth-shattering degree of opposition. With Irene coming in spells blazing and approaching her training with such a self-important attitude, Tus had tried to deter her with the muscle training theater of love, but unlike Asley, she remained unfazed and continued to gain all the knowledge and power she could. Just the other day they had moved on to training with live matches. Irene had been bringing out her entire arsenal into the fight, but the results so far were not so pretty. Damn you dash. Sharp wind asteriscos. A barrage of shredding wind blades. Parasitic control. Gah. Full spark rain. A curtain of incessant lightning strikes. Parasitic control. Dash. Holy world. A sacred smite that struck from all directions. Parasitic control. Ayaha. Double dragon. A blue shockwave in the intimidating form of a 2-headed dragon. Each produced the same result. Irene's tenacity has been pushing Tus to act out all of his unpleasant behaviors, with this occasion being him taking control of every spell that she has thrown at him, destroying their spell circles to eliminate their effects. The difference was that of an adult and a baby. Today's match was the first to bring such a dynamic to the forefront. Irene had long known that fact and had been taking great pains to shorten that gap as quickly as possible, challenging Tus every time she could. She considered every moment she could not do that, including the time for sleep, wasted. Although she was right to take a long time off, her days for leave were still numbered. She could use the teleportation spell to immediately return to her room, but it would take time for her to return here once again. That was because if she were to set up a spell circle around here, that troll of a philosopher would destroy it once she went through to the other side. That was all the more reason why time was valuable, to the point of not being enough, she might add. The resulting impatience in turn resulted in a short temper, and that, in turn, a loss of concentration. Anna. When you don't have enough time to prepare for an exam XD. She would keep her emotions from going astray by fighting Tus, but then that nut job would find ways to mess with her head. Even with such a vicious cycle going on, Irene never stopped giving it her all. No matter how many times she crashed into boulders, no matter how many times she coughed up blood, she would stand on her feet again and tackle Tus with a new strategy, and at times steal them from the muscle man himself. Ha! Venom fire. Parasitic control. Now, Hexa boundary. Oh-ho. Oh. Irene isolated Tus' control spell with her magecraft, enabling her spell to reach his body for the first time this round. Although Tus still swatted the spell away with his arcane energy-induced hand, he had no choice but to at least acknowledge Irene's improvement. She has indeed improved, slowly but surely, both in the nuances of her magic formulas and the further strengthening of her indomitable spirit. That's a genius for you, way different from an average bloke like me. Over to kin my efforts 5 steps at a time. The sprout in her nickname, it means she growing always is. She's got about a half-month left. Now I'm finally starting to have fun. Tus showed Irene the result of what had been going through thus far, and although reluctantly, struck her down once more. Although limited by time and human possibility, Irene had managed to consistently elevate her power despite her age. Irene has been thoroughly abusing the arcane energy in her body and practically training full-time. Although this time she still fell asleep from exhaustion, it was with an expression of accomplishment on her face. Tus licked the single drop of blood off his thumb. Although his gigantic form still towered over Irene's, Tus used the giving magic spell on her, as if to show acknowledgement toward her efforts. That provided her with the arcane energy she had been in low supply of, assisting in her recovery. Bah, good thing Asley isn't here, or he's sure as hell gonna laugh at me. Anyway, this Irene sure has a knack for fightin'. Most people wouldn't think up the strategies she used. That last combo was something too. Looks like people these days classify themselves as either warriors or mages, so she's gotta have the most mage-like fighting style ever. This had nothing to do with the difference in their abilities. Tus had his own way of fighting, just as Irene had hers. In coming to terms with that, Tus managed to improve himself through this undertaking as well. Today, Tus scored a new record of 100,000 consecutive squats. Anna. And here I was happy when I only did 20 squats. Zem. Please stop comparing our translator team to Tus. Nothing good will ever happen out of it. The next morning, Irene abruptly announced the end of her training, for the time being, and returned to Bylania. Once she was back at her family manor via the teleportation spell circle in her room, she informed Trace of her return via a telepathic call. And then, as if released from all burdens, both physically and mentally, she crashed onto her bed and slept like a log. Sullivan. Just in case you want to know, I can do 60 squats. XD legs. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 87, The Royal Capital Regalia. 8 o'clock in the afternoon, 22nd day of the 3rd month, 94th year of the War Demon calendar. At this time we have arrived at Radiata, halfway between Bylania and Royal Capital Regalia. The majority of the town was made up of old buildings, giving a strong feeling of a historic site. That reminds me, Czar had said that he had picked up Lala from around here. Once we got ourselves a roof to sleep under, Pochi was almost immediately sound asleep, turning herself into the Pochi pillow. At the same time, Betty opened the partition curtain between the two beds to check on us. Yes, unfortunately for us three, there had been only a single room left in the whole town. Although we had camped out with Betty countless times before, it just didn't feel right sharing a room like this. So much that I'd entertained the thought of teaching Pochi the storeroom magic formula and sleeping in there instead. Asley, my boy, can't sleep 'cause I'm distracted, yeah? Hell no. We gotta be up early tomorrow, so just tuck in already. Oh wait. I've got a lot of stuff I want to talk about, but let me just get this one thing out of the way first dash. I also have got something I need to say. So what do you have in mind? Before saying anything else, I got up and sat cross-legged. Betty then folded the ceiling-bound curtain and sat on the edge of my bed. Have you heard anything about this from Bruce and Blazer? The process of the rank-up evaluation, I mean. That sure I did. I was planning to talk about it sometime soon as well. So you've got something else you want to discuss now? Betty nodded and proceeded to explain. Each candidate will be put under the supervision of an examiner. Your testing method is decided by your examiner on the spot, so I don't really know the particulars, but rather than evaluating your strengths, it's more like evaluating your weakest aspects. If it passes the benchmark value, you pass, and if it's lower, you fail. Quite a standard deal. The examinee's weakest aspects. Aha, so that's why they gave us so little time to travel. Right, that's most likely to wear us down. This wouldn't even put a dent on our energy, of course, so there'll probably be more tests for us once we're in regalia. I see, that does sound like an effective way to weed out underpowered candidates. The info might come in handy down the line, so thanks for telling me about it. It's thanks to your magic that things have been going smooth for me so far. You know, I ought to thank you as well. All things considered, I was still no match for Betty and her years of practical experience. So far, she has helped me out in various ways during our journey. One particular thing was that she taught me how to manage stealth. The ability to judge whether one should run past monsters or not also came with her experience in battles. Under normal circumstances, I would have taken much longer to reach Radiata. It would suffice to say that Betty's skills had enabled us to arrive here much faster. My all-up magic spell also played a part in it, of course, but even without it, Betty was amazing in her own right. I folded my arms and looked at Betty once again, and promptly averted my eyes out of a sudden stroke of embarrassment. Now that was awkward. I shook that thought off my head and steered the conversation to the next topic. Anyway, what else did you want to talk about? Oh yeah, when we first arrived in this town, you said something about having met the Silver General group recently, right? Right, I think I said that. I'd never had the chance to talk about it with the Silverback in Bylania, and finally remembered it when we reached this town. I might have said that, but we didn't do much before parting ways, so it might be more fitting to say that we passed by each other. Was there a red-haired warrior woman among them? Red hair. Was there anyone like that? There was that warrior lady in the lead, but I couldn't recall whether or not her hair was red. Yes, there was someone that fits the description. Interrupting my train of thought was the voice coming from behind me, answering Betty's question in my stead. Are you sure, Pochi? What, you're still up? I thought you were already asleep. Well, yes. You weren't riding on my back most of the time, so I wasn't very tired today. My face twitched upon realizing that Pochi was throwing shade at me. Damn you. That's just a more wordy way of saying you felt light, like you usually did. While I extended my hands with the intention to pinch Pochi's cheeks as payback, I noticed that Betty was lost in thought. The red-haired warrior lady of the Silver General. She probably has some sort of history with Betty. Perhaps a rival or something like that. No, from the look on Betty's face, I don't think it's that simple. At the end of the day, it was Betty's problem to solve for herself. After arriving at that agreement, we ended the discussion. From the beginning to the end of it all, Betty had quite a stern expression on her face. I sure hope none of this affects her performance during the rank-up evaluation. The next morning, I was shown that my worries had been totally unnecessary. Now tomorrow is the 24th, so we'll have to be there soon. Hype up, you two. Doesn't she look even more energetic than normal? But at any rate, she seemed to be doing fine. Pochi seemed to think so as well, as apparent from how we turned to each other and chuckled in succession. Then, by the time we were starting to sprint out of Radiata through its north gate, I received a telepathic call from Lena's casting of the Magecraft. Got it. I'll do some investigating on my end too. Thanks, Lena. Ooh. You're welcome. I know the test hasn't started yet, but I really want to congratulate you. Ooh. Lena's voice can be so unfairly sweet-sounding at times. It's worth noting that I have become quite conscious of her womanly qualities lately. I grasped with one hand the silver key-shaped necklace I had on, the very same one she had chosen for me way back then, and visualized a memory snapshot of her smile in my mind. Will I need to get going now? Yes, of course. Please give it your best on the test. Ooh. I will. Thanks. Ooh. Having received some encouragement from Lena, I pushed myself up to my regular speed. It may not look like it, but using the telepathic call Magecraft does hinder one's movements by a fair bit. I knew especially well how difficult it was to partition one's nerves to effectively perform multiple tasks at once. Perhaps I should look into training this aspect of mine as well. Right. Let's see if Pochi's up for it the next chance we have. Pochi and Betty, noticing that I had already ended the call, matched their speeds up to mine once again. I nodded to them to convey that there was nothing to be concerned about. As for what I had heard from Lena, it concerned a deviant assault kobold. Is it even possible for a C-ranked monster to be strengthened to such an extent? No matter what the truth was, Bruce and Blazer believed that to be the case due to what they had witnessed. Usage of augmentation magic could produce a noticeable difference, true, but that wouldn't explain the emission of black vapor from the monster's body. Then again, black vapor Magecraft might have been a big factor. Perhaps a dreadful variation of it. Could it be black Magecraft? Or rather than that, it could have been something more ritualistic. Once I got back home, I'll remember to perform a detailed investigation on it as well. We never slowed down for a single moment before royal capital regalia was in view. Exactly like last time, the first things that caught my eye were the royal castle's imposing size and countless spires. War demon Emperor Vaz must be living in the central tower. Now that reminds me, I wonder what Melchi is up to these days. Perhaps I should search around a bit, after I'm done with the rank-up evaluation. And so, after about half an hour of more running around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we finally arrived at the gate of regalia. The place totally lived up to its status as the royal capital. All the districts I've seen here so far were even more crowded than Bylania's commercial district. The buildings were a contrasting mixture of ancient-looking ones and new heavily ornamented ones. Either type surprised me and Pochi with how beautiful they were. Oh, there's Gaston's magic tool specialist store here too. Even at a glance I could see that it was getting quite a lot of visitors. However, the social disparity in the city was absurd. The place may look so gaudy on the surface, but in the back streets and alleyways, I could easily catch sight of vagrants and other dangerous-looking folks. Amid all that, Betty is still her usual helpful self. With us having to check in for the rank-up evaluation, we headed straight for the Adventurers Guild, with Betty providing me with all the necessary information while we were on the way. I've already said it, but I still want to say it again. This place definitely lives up to its status as the royal capital. The city is just so wide. Makes me wonder, would I have gotten lost if I had come here alone? Going around this place might be even more troublesome than a labyrinth investigation. By 7 o'clock, we finally reached the Regalia Adventurers Guild. Although it was the same as guilds anywhere else, the branch here in Regalia was especially famous. At any rate, it was the first guild of the nation, and a sacred gathering spot of prestigious adventurers from all over the land, emphasis on it being a gathering point of strong personnel. We opened the door of the guild and headed inside. Welcomed with the tense, almost oppressive atmosphere, Betty headed straight for the counter as if to ward it off. Pochi, fangs clattering, ended up gnawing on the edge of my mantle as she followed me along. Both quantity and quality of adventurers here were on a whole other level from Bylania's. Although the level of Bylania's adventurers has been on the rise over the past 2 years, the same was the case for the ones in Regalia. If I were to make a technical estimate, I would say that rank B was the average here. Is it just me, or are we drawing quite a lot of attention? That's probably on Betty. The silver used to always be on the move, so they've probably operated in regalia for some time as well. Oh. The counter was managed by a blonde woman with an eye patch over one of her eyes. A former adventurer, perhaps? She's got a scar on her neck, so she might have retired early and came to work for the guild instead. I'm from Bylania, here for a rank-up evaluation. So am I. When Betty and I passed the notification letter we had received from Duncan to the receptionist, a commotion broke out among our surroundings. Wait, for real? Wasn't that Betty girl promoted to rank A just a few years ago? Which means, it's the rank S evaluation. Without a doubt, say, who's that boy standing next to her? Looks like he's here for the rank up evaluation as well. Dude, he's still just a kid. No way he'll pass. Hey, I heard that, dude. Still a kid, huh? Yeah, I'll admit that I'm lacking in practical experience at least. Master. Ignore it. I mustn't say anything unnecessary to Pochi during times like these. Last time something along this line happened, she had blown into my ears, so I made sure to shut them tightly this time. Did you hear that, sir? They said you're still young. I'll do my best to keep my looks young too. Oh. After receiving the information regarding the test's location from the receptionist lady, we headed out to get ourselves a roof to sleep under. The lady seemed quite impressed with us arriving a day earlier than the deadline. That night we took it easy so as to ease up for what was to come. The next morning, we got up early and had a filling breakfast. The rank-up evaluation would take place in the afternoon, so I killed time by sparring with Betty, so as to keep my body in shape. Then we had some lunch, nothing too heavy, and were perfectly prepared both physically and mentally for the test. When the time almost rolled around, each of us headed for our designated locations, but not before making an appointment to regroup afterwards. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 25th day of the 3rd month, 94th year of the War Demon calendar. We headed for our location in Regalia's northeastern district, but... Wait, Pochi! Where the hell are we? Why are you asking me? I haven't been keeping track, sir. Yep, we've gotten lost. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 88, Barn, one of the 6 Braves. Hey, what should we do now? I'm sure as hell gonna be disqualified if I'm late. In times like this, you ought to remember the usefulness of my nose, sir. Oh, nice. Now pass me that paper that says where we need to be. And so Pochi took a sniff before we ran full speed ahead. It was fortunate for me that on the way I realized one point while we still had time. The place that this sheet of paper had originated from was not the examination grounds, but rather the Adventurers' Guild. The Adventurers' Guild, indeed. How much time left? Just 20 minutes. Almost immediately as we entered the guild hall, I asked for the exact location in the northeastern district where my evaluation would be held. By then we had already lost 15 minutes. Pochi and I, now outside, shuddered as we hurled insults at each other. Good God, that was the worst beginning ever. It shows how much of a fool you are, master. Shut up. If you were a familiar worth your salt, you would have gone to check up the spot beforehand. Well, technically I'm not a familiar anymore. Yeah, you only say that when it's convenient for you. I swear, you're the worst familiar ever. Ahahaha, says the guy who's trying to defeat the Devil King. Since you think you're hot stuff, how about we skip this test and go straight to the boss? Just hurry it up, you idiot. Well, you better do your part too. Rise. All up. Count 2 in remote control. Humph. Right in front of the Adventurers' Guild, I had Pochi gigantify herself, and then jumped on her back. The instant I was in place, Pochi leapt onto the building's roof, then hopped across to another and then another. Most people were not particularly distracted by the scene. It surprised me at first, but considering this was Regalia, the royal capital, I suppose it was not inconceivable. Perhaps I ought to think of some excuse in case we get arrested for breaking whatever traffic laws here. Like I was kidnapped by Pochi or something. You're thinking out loud, you foolish master. That's not a good attitude to have. At all. Hey, I was just kidding. I'll tell them that you've been controlling me. Yeah, that'd probably get us both arrested. Pochi must have imagined me getting hauled away by the town security, as was apparent from her giggling and grinning. I poked her head, and in retaliation she slapped my back with her tail. Her tail's as fluffy as ever. Our exchange of blows escalated further and further, culminating in me shouting into her ear, and her tickling my nose to hell with her tail. By that time, we were in the northeastern district and facing our presumed destination, an ancient-looking cathedral. Woohoo! Whoa! There's our place, Pochi. What? My ears are still ringing, so I didn't hear that. Say it again. That cathedral, damn it. 3 minutes left. We made it. By the time Pochi jumped down from the last roof and landed in front of the cathedral, we had 2 minutes left on the clock. Man, that really was dangerous. Anyways, the cathedral doesn't look like it's seen any traffic recently. Ah, that's it. There aren't any followers of God around, so of course it wouldn't be in use. Without maintenance or repair, the cathedral had ended up in a state more fitting to be called an ancient ruin. Is something the matter, master? It's as I'd feared. The place is old, but most of the destruction is man-made. Magic blunt force. Whoa, there are some deep slash marks around here too. In stone. That figures. Sounds like you know your stuff, my man. The unfamiliar voice of a young man entered our ears. Pochi and I had already realized that there was someone around. Then again, that someone hadn't been hiding his presence, so it shouldn't come off as a surprise. It's just that I realized that his abilities were more than qualified to be the supervisor of my S-ranked rank-up evaluation. We took a few steps inside, and were welcomed by the silhouette of a young man in an old half-height couch. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, rolled-up shorts, and a scarf around his neck again. He looked very young. Could he be a boy? I am Asley, a ranked adventurer. I am here for the rank-up evaluation to S-rank dash. Oh, I'm already familiar with you, so let's just skip the formalities. I'm Baron, appointed as one of the 6 Braves just a month ago. I'll be your examiner for today. Well, nice to meet you then. Baron of the 6 Braves, he had been the next candidate in line after Blazer, who had declined his seat in the 6 Braves. I'd thought that either Dallas or Bruce would have been called first, but well, on second thought, Bruce's personality wouldn't have been a very good fit. And Dallas would turn up in Bylania only once a month or less, so he probably would have been a difficult candidate to select as well. That reminds me, Duncan told me that Dallas had come to visit me once back when I was off in the wasteland. To this day, I still hadn't gotten to meet him again, so I'll make sure to ask him what he wanted the next chance I got. Anyways, what did Baron mean when he said he already knew me? I don't think we've ever met before. Has he been observing me ever since I arrived in Regalia or something? As I pondered, I noticed an unexpected newcomer in the form of a critter jumping up from behind Baron. A red-faced and red-furred monkey. A spicy monkey. Now that's something I don't see very often. As the name suggests, it's a type of monkey with a peculiar preference for spicy food. That's definitely a familiar. It's got a human-like feel in how it emoted, and I could feel a certain level of arcane energy fluctuation. You're Asley, one of the former student council clerks. And you're Pochi, right? We've seen you both once at the university. Said it, the high-pitched voice was a dead giveaway. And a male from what I could see. But wait, the university? Did I hear that right? I don't remember ever meeting them though. Oh wait, he only said seen, so. Oh wait, is that it? A familiar? Now I just remembered Irene saying that I was the second candidate with a familiar. Could that mean Baron here was the first one that year? While Pochi and I searched our memories, Baron chuckled and gave us the answer. Ha 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 ha, of course you wouldn't remember. I dropped out of the Magic University almost immediately after I got in, you see. Besides, the time we saw you was during the friendly match, so. Oh, so that's it, huh? But why would you drop out? And how did you get to be one of the 6 Braves? Oh. Well, I did graduate from the Warrior University, so I'm plenty qualified, of course. Looks like they just didn't care much for appearances when they made the selection. Ha 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 ha. Baron shrugged and laughed. Now wait a second. You took the Magic University's entrance examination after you graduated from the Warrior University. That's right. I did teach myself some magic beforehand, but the most I could do was the familiar contract, you see. Hear that, master? Now that's what you call a massive talent, sir. Unlike you. Ha! Prepare thyself for punishment, doggo. Ha! I swear I won't hold anything back. Anyways, back to Barn again. He's young. Most likely still in his early 20s, assuming that he had enrolled into the Warrior University right when he was 15 and graduated within the minimum 4 years, and then immediately enrolled into the Magic University, and immediately dropped out. Yeah, this guy, he's dreadfully talented. He hasn't told me why he had dropped out of the Magic University yet, but I reckon he'd weighed the efficiencies of studying magic or continuing his training as a warrior, and had decided in favor of the latter. If he's got some support and recovery magic and also access to the familiar contract, then it was reasonable that he would have chosen this path. Even if he didn't, it would still be more efficient for him to form a party instead. But above all else, he's got crazy talent. Right, perhaps he's got more than enough talent to blast his way into the ranks of the 6 Braves. Let's see here. Name Baron. Titles: Warrior University graduate, Mage, Battle Mage, Rank S, 6 Braves, Dragon Slayer, New Generations Brave, The Scale Tipper. LV 92. HP 2850. MP 1003. EXP 8,192,281. Special skills: Fortify Strength, Fortify Resilience, Tempest, High Frequency Blade, Attack Magic Elementary, Support Magic, Intermediate, Recovery Magic, Intermediate. He's pretty good. Perhaps he'd been chosen based on his potential for future improvement, rather than his current level. That, or the extent of his strength that was not tied to his numbers. Boss, these guys look pretty good at their jobs. Of course, Ricky. They're ones who once stirred quite a fuss among the Duodcat Conference, after all. Now then, we've gone off quite a tangent there, so I say it's time we got down to business. Ah yes, I'll be in your care, I suppose. First off, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Right to the chase. But I suppose this was simply how S-ranked adventurers ought to do things. Of course, one would at least need to be strong to fit in. At any rate, how did I even stir that big of a fuss among the Duodcat Conference? I'm only closely acquainted with 2 archmages, namely Gaston and Irene, and Dragon wouldn't talk much about me, what with us having met only a few times, I guess? Oh yeah. I might have heard from Gaston that Charlie of the 6 Braves had taken quite an interest in me. Maybe it was him, what with him being such a loudmouth. Oh, how troublesome. I readied my staff and stood opposite to Baron. But then... All right, let's get started, Pochi. What? I see, so that's how we'll do this? I understand. Bring it on. By that, you mean you're evaluating my familiar abilities, is that it? It's because I've heard that Pochi here is a combat-focused familiar, you see. I figured I wouldn't be able to tally a comprehensive score unless I get a read on her power first. Oh, I mean the criteria for reaching rank S is already set in stone, but examiners are more or less free to set their scoring standards, so. Would Pochi be fine without me? I'm quite worried. But then again, she'd served quite some time as Melchi's sparring partner and assistant. She'll put up a good fight. Probably. Hopefully. Boss. Pochi. I'll be giving you the sign to go. Pochi and Baron stood opposite to and kept their eyes on each other. Pochi's gaze was sharp and serious, but Baron, on the other hand, looked as if he was making fun of his opponent. So much for agreeing with Ricky's compliments just minutes ago, man. And now begin. Ricky's announcement, lacking in enthusiasm and devoid of interest, echoed through the cathedral's semi-basement. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 89, Pochi's Capabilities. Baron rushed toward his opponent, while Pochi stayed put in her ready stance, half of her attention seeming to be on something else. What is she doing? Pochi's eyes looked pretty crossed. Hype up, title up. Baron muttered his spells as he lunged forward. Was that swift magic? All I saw him holding was a dagger though. And it was all metal, so technically there was no way it could be a staff. Wait, no, maybe there was. Could it be that the dagger scabbard on his waist was acting as the staff? Yup, seems like it. It's got an emblem affixed to its pointed end. Man, first Lena and now this guy. Young people nowadays sure love to come up with novel ideas. Still, with the staff shaved down to such a small size, would the swift magic be as effective? Now I've learned something interesting. The next chance I get, I'll make sure to buy some cheap staves and do some experimenting. Rise, arise. Hype up. Wait, Pochi, how'd you dash? Seriously, where'd she cast that out of? She's drooling and sticking out her tongue, which means... Ha 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 ha. How do you even draw spell circles with the fangs in your mouth? That was awesome. Thank you for the compliment, sir. At the same time, Pochi jumped backwards, opening some distance between her and Barin. However, to offset that, Barin sprung himself forward once again. At first, it seemed that Barin would close the gap with just that one leap, but it turned out that he had taken Pochi too lightly. Enged dash. This time, Pochi held the superior speed. Even with only hype up, she already was faster than Barin and his 2 support spells. And for the record, Pochi's base speed was greater than mine. It's going to be tough to top that. Pochi utilized the broken pillars around the basement to hop around as Barin chased her. The distance between them gradually increased. If this goes on, Barin might have to resort to using his true warrior skills. Ha! There it is. He just enhanced his physical abilities with Fortify Strength, then Fortify Resilience, reducing the fatigue buildup in his body, and last but not least, Tempest. With that, most of the air resistance around his body was nullified. Now let's see how it goes. Rise, arise. Title up. Of course Pochi would use her fangs for another circle quite quickly, no less. She'd have to deal with her crossed eyes while drawing, but still, that was effective. The 2 combatants leapt, the distance between them neither closing nor opening. It seemed that, with those fortifications on both sides, they have more or less achieved equal speed. Tih dash. Da. Ha. Ha. Barin threw the blades that he had been keeping sheathed on his thighs. Pochi swung her tail at the ground as she almost landed, quickly springing herself upwards once more. Looks like she didn't have much trouble dodging the attacks. Impressive, or rather, just what I'd expect from a beast's wild fighting style. As for Barin, it seemed that his warrior fighting style was the same as Betty's. Perhaps I should ask if Betty would like to learn to do some magic as well. Women naturally possessed a higher affinity for magic, and she's got quick wits, so I'm sure she wouldn't take long to remember some simple formulas. Gotcha. Well, that's what you were aiming for. Barin, having read Pochi's new direction beforehand, threw a blade in the path of her predicted trajectory. Doesn't look like Pochi will be able to dodge this in time. What now, Pochi? Gah! What? Right, she's got her breath attack. That was enough to flick the blade away. Weakening and compressing the breath enabled her to achieve what she wanted without much recoil, and in turn, not interrupting the flow of her movement. Oh! If she were to use the full power of her breath, she would have been pushed all the way to the other side of the arena, which would have been fine and all, barring the damage to this building and potentially the surrounding city blocks. I suppose I could attribute all that to how well I had trained her. It's all thanks to Melchi teaching me this move. Well, apparently she thinks Melchi's training has done her more good than mine. I mean, that's not funny, damn it. Anyways, since Pochi was able to dodge everything so far, Barin's face was starting to show signs of impatience, or rather, annoyance. The guy's personality seems to be closer to Hornell's rather than Betty's. Looking at him analytically, particularly at the attitude he had been exhibiting thus far, I'm inclined to question, is he really fit to be one of the 6 Braves? Well, I suppose that was also within the reasonable range of expectation for improvement. Barin has been dishing out a great variety of attacks, but Pochi reacted accordingly to all of them. After a while, by the time Barin wiped the sweat around his mouth with the back of his hand, a great change occurred to the flow of battle. Ow dash! Pochi suddenly let out a goofy cry. Something hit her hip? Is that a pebble? What's going on? With just that delay, Baron cracked a grin and instantly closed the gap between them. High-frequency blade. What dash? As soon as I heard that attack announcement, I realized that it was the one skill I dreaded to see in a match against that Baron manchild. The high-frequency blade, the technique utilized an intense vibration of the user's shoulder and arm for the slash, giving it tremendous power. Among cutting-based techniques for focus points, it was considered one of the strongest, if not straight up the strongest one. Damn it, I can't back you up now, Pochi. You better dodge it. Humph. Pochi let out a powerful shout and pulled off a move neither I nor Baron expected of her. Dash. Gigantification. Tej dash. Grah. That hurt. That's it. It may have been a powerful attack, but it only targeted small points of impact. It only wounded where it connected. In this case, by gigantifying, she had prevented the attack from reaching her vitals and made it so that the wound wouldn't be too deep where she was hit. Pochi, now lightly wounded, gave Baron no time to react as she rushed to bite and hold Baron's torso in her mouth. Tight enough to kill, no less. Uviania de Haumash de Thurt. Da you? Nope, I couldn't tell what she was trying to say. Baron was now rendered immobile in a position that could spell his death at any moment. His arms were held from the elbow down, leaving only his legs free for use as far as attacks were concerned. However, if he were to try doing so, Pochi's fangs would surely dig deep into his flesh. I'd say the match is over, Sir Baron. Ugh. Yeah, sure. Let me go already. You heard the man, Pochi. However, Pochi did not release Baron from her mouth. What's going on? I turned to where Pochi was looking at, which turned out to be Ricky the spicy monkey. Oh, I almost forgot. Ricky, could you please announce the end of the match? Match over. As unsatisfied as Ricky sounded, his announcement was still absolute, prompting Pochi to shake Baron off, landing him a short distance away. She sure is cautious. Unlike me. If Ricky hadn't called the match first, Baron might have launched a counterattack as soon as he was out of Pochi's mouth. Whoops, no time for that. I've got to heal Pochi first. The wound isn't too deep, so... Rise middle cure. Thank you, sir. And you, Sir Baron. I demand an explanation for the pebble that was thrown at me back there. Whatever are you talking about? Baron replied with a non-answer while he healed himself up. Master. I can tell he's playing dumb, so he's yours. You sure are bad when it comes to this kind of interaction, huh? Sir Baron sent a signal that time when he wiped his mouth, likely to Ricky. I'd never expected Ricky to fight, but he is a familiar, and no one said he wouldn't be participating. At the end of the day, that ended up being just a little insurance, though. I see. Now I just remembered Sir Baron saying, examiners are more or less free to set their scoring standard. This must be what he meant. Ahumph. Right, and what an unpleasant scoring standard that was. Well, this is the rank up evaluation to rank S, so perhaps I should have expected it. Alright, let's get to the next test then. Pochi's voice echoed through the cathedral. Following that were two pairs of footsteps, one from our front and the other from our back, approaching from the first floor. The one who appeared in front of us was, well, what in the blazes? A dash. Don't look, master. My eyes were promptly blocked off by Pochi's paws. Damn, so squishy. But yes, from the brief look I'd managed to get, the one who appeared before us had an appearance that warranted such a reaction from Pochi. Of all the years I've lived, this might have been my first time I'd seen such dynamites. Hoo. Looks like Baron alone wasn't enough for this job. The owner of the spicy voice, who I caught a glimpse of through the minuscule gap between the squishy paw's fingers, was a beautiful pale-skinned warrior lady. Her chest seemed ready to bust through her lightweight equipment at any moment, and her lower body was barely even obscured by anything. Don't Luke. Oh no. I think Pochi's nails are starting to dig into my face. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 90, Challenge of the Nation's Powerhouses. Ow, ow, ow. It hurts, damn it. Did you see anything? You expect me to keep talking to that lady without even seeing where she is? Oh my. So you did look. Of course you would. You leave me no choice, master. For the next test, I'll be in charge of closing your eyes at the right moment. You think saying that makes you sound cool or something? Besides, that lady's been waiting to talk for a while now, so learn to be considerate, damn it. I pointed at the lady in question while directing an enraged glare at Pochi, prompting her to turn to where I pointed while keeping her paws over my eyes. Looks like she's not so used to talking face to face with someone that revealing despite being a female herself. Ahahaha. What's up with these two? They're hilarious. Miss Catherine and Sir Jacob, why are you two here? I'm the only one assigned to judge Asley's abilities. Right, I almost forgot that I'd heard another person approaching us from behind. Now that I was reminded of that, I turned around and saw a facetious happy-go-lucky looking man. He wore a turban around his head. It wasn't particularly tattered, but still gave off a feeling of having been in use for a long time. Oh, I see. Catherine and Jacob. Both those names were registered as members of the Six Braves. At this moment, 3 of the nation's powerhouses were in this dilapidated cathedral. As for me, I suppose I could now consider myself having become acquainted with 7 of the Duodecad Conference. I hadn't had many opportunities to talk with the Six Braves, but I reckon that will be increasing soon enough, so perhaps I ought to get used to it. You're not fit for evaluating Asley's capabilities. That's what we're here for in your stead. Jacob said to Baron as if to belittle him. Baron hesitated to talk back, prompting Catherine to instead push him further down. Really, how'd a kid like him get to be one of the Six Braves? Did Lloyd and Ishtar skip some steps because they're having such a hard time finding a candidate? Miss Catherine, I ask that you refrain from speaking in that manner. Those two wouldn't be so amused if those words reached their ears. Jacob berated Catherine, not out of concern for Baron, but rather for the latter's referencing of the black and white faction's representatives. Seeing how Baron was keeping his sight cast down, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. All right, let's see if I can help him somewhere along the way. Besides, those two do look a bit scary, so it wouldn't hurt to at least have someone on my side. Especially since even Baron himself had never even seen this coming. Then which of you will be my new examiner? Jacob and Catherine turned to look at each other, and then Catherine raised her chin to signify that Jacob ought to do it. Of course it's me again. Jacob grumbled and shrugged. Now then, what does he have in store for me? Baron clicked his tongue lightly as he put Ricky on his shoulder and jumped to where Catherine was, then sat on a piece of the rubble with his face in a perpetual scowl. Jacob, on the other hand, raised his index finger, as if he had just remembered something. Oh, I know. There's this one S-rank job left at the Adventurers Guild when I was there just a while ago. I've accepted it, so... While he talked, he reached for his chest pocket, taking out the request paper and presenting it to me. A bandit subjugation. You can read. Very good. So here's where you come in, Asley. With my authority as one of the Six Braves, I assign this task to you. Go now and complete it quickly. Let's see, within 5 hours should suffice, no? Jacob's grin as he said that was as wide as his mouth could humanly stretch. So, this guy just doesn't even intend to let me pass, huh? All things considered, this quest must be quite troublesome. Especially so since he'd accepted it just a while ago, which I assume was about an hour ago. In the royal capital, S-rank jobs were not very rare, at least compared to other places. That was all the reason why it was strange that there was one left untaken by this time of day. Since the guild was technically low on S-rank personnel, they could grant permissions for parties of 5 or more A-ranked adventurers to take on an S-ranked quest instead. That special exception was an effective offset to the lacking of actual S-ranked individuals, and considering its benefits, it shouldn't be too difficult to form parties here in Regalia. Despite all that, this job had remained untouched today, even after noon. It had, "No one wants to do this" written all over it. Hoo. Always such a troll, huh, Jacob? For the record, I've had to do a job at the Adventurers Guild back when I took the rank-up evaluation as well. This is by no means out of the ordinary. Yeah, the way he looked and spoke was quite unpleasant and all, but I wonder what could be the reason for him to mess around with me this much. Well, not like thinking about it would be of any help. So I immediately hopped on Pochi and headed toward one of the exits of the royal capital. On the way, Pochi was completely silent, which made me feel a tad bit concerned for myself. I mean, I had a good guess as to what her reason was, but still. Once we were out of the city wall, Pochi released her frustrations in full force, and I, having anticipated exactly that, had already blocked my ears with my index fingers by the time she started. What I heard through my blocked ears were as follows. Seriously, what's up with that cheeky guy who just showed up and ordered us around? And you, master, you should have at least talked back a bit. Really, why didn't you? Were you afraid of failing the test that much? I've never been so disappointed in you. Besides, you've got some weird traps set up back at the cathedral, right? I've realized that just in time, but it would have made things way easier if you told me about it beforehand, don't you think? You've got your telepathic call spell, for God's sake. So annoying. Anna, honestly, I couldn't agree more. Strange. Most of the dissatisfaction she expressed had been toward me. First off, if I'd used the telepathic call and was found out, wouldn't we be in big trouble? Well, she'll still get angry at me if I were to say that, so I'll probably be better off keeping it to myself. Yes, this must be another step forward on my path to becoming a philosopher. Anyways, now that I come to think about it, this is the first time I've taken on an official S-ranked quest. Doesn't mean this was my first time subjugating bandits, though. Back when I was training under Tus, I had to deal with so many that I got so sick of them. Among them had been some opponents on the S-rank difficulty level too. Now I wonder what our bandits this time are like. And where they are. So where's this lunareal forest? Hell if I know. Well then, better do this by the book. My body will expire way before it should if I were to try myself against Pochi's lingering rage. Upon asking one random officer stationed at the gates, we discovered that the lunareal forest was unexpectedly close to the city, just 3 kilometers northwest of Regalia. Now, I considered it strange that there were bandits whose base of operations were in a forest. There must be some sort of reason for it, but it's not like I had the spare time to think about that now. I hopped on Pochi once again, and this time I replied to Pochi's scolding by repeating, "Yeah, sure," on autopilot. By the time she calmed down, we were at the lunareal forest. The weather doesn't look so good. Looks like it might be raining, which means that the scent of our targets may soon be eliminated and that I wouldn't be able to rely on Pochi's nose, the fact that Pochi herself wouldn't shut up about. Good God, I wish she'd shut up. Let's get it over with, sir. Well, she's got the energy, that's for sure. Maybe I should just let her do her thing. All right, Pochi, let's get a count on the enemy's heads while we observe from the outside. If we see an opening, then we'll cut in right then and there and work along. I know they're being charged for robbery and murder, but we ought to prioritize disabling them. If things go south, well, you decide yourself what to do with them. Sounds like a hassle, sir. Like Bruce used to tell us, it's also our job to doubt the job. Our opponents this time were humans. Their capacity for wisdom and emotion set them apart from monsters, and just that was an issue in itself. The circumstances had been different when we'd taken on the laughing foxes head-on, so I'd feel uneasy with the act of simply killing them while having barely any information. I scratched my head and then sent a sign with my eyes, prompting Pochi to circle around to the north. Now then, I'll have to observe the enemy from another direction. According to my biological clock magecraft, we still had 4 hours and a half. Within this time limit, we have to take down an unclear number of enemies, head back to the Adventurers Guild to report our completion, and then return to our examiners at the cathedral. Looks like this job will be more of a hassle than I'd expected. I readied my stance and paid extra attention to the distance of my advance. My work would be significantly more difficult if I was detected. I have to keep the enemies unaware of my presence as long as I could, so that they don't find out much about us. I must be cautious, but also ready to take the plunge as soon as I see an opening. Pochi is now operating apart from me, so I ought to use telepathic call to check up on her. Pochi, no problem here so far. How's it looking over there? Looks bad, master. The bandits have several mages among their ranks. Wait, don't tell me. These guys aren't the bandits we were looking for. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley. Chapter 91 The Foolish and the Crazy. I cautiously advanced onward, while keeping that absurd but very possible thought in my mind. I see something in the distance, the faint light of a bonfire. The sun isn't even close to setting yet, so what gives? The reason became apparent when I closed in. Is that a cave? In the center of a slight protuberance of rocks was a dark, deep-looking hole. 6 people stood around it. 3 seemingly mage-type people, 1 woman and 2 men. 3 warriors, 1 man and 2 women. Their abilities were around rank C to B on average. Nothing I couldn't deal with except for that cave. It looks like it'll be troublesome since it is a nature-made stronghold. I could never predict what could be inside. If there were monsters in there, then I could come up with some quick strategies for either going in or luring them out, but it wouldn't be so easy if my opponents were humans. It would take a lot of work to successfully lure them out, and it would be dangerous to go in by myself. Who in their right mind would even consider doing something that reckless? Oh, I see. So that's why no one has accepted this request. Furthermore, since there are mages among the enemy's ranks, I reckon it would be way too much for the average bloke to deal with. Then again, I'd never even heard of mages associating with bandits. That was what has been boggling my mind. What should we do, master? How about we quickly sweep up the enemies outside, and then I fire my zenith breath attack into the cave? Why would you even consider something that dangerous? I swear I'm surrounded by crazy people. Have you ever thought of the chance of there being innocent people in there? I made sure to teach you to not rope unrelated people into our fights, you know? What? Who are you calling crazy? I could hear the scream of my familiar coming from afar. I mean, that was partially my fault for letting out some of my unnecessary thoughts, so I suppose there's no use in pinning the blame on just one side here. While the 6 guards are approaching Pochi's direction, I'll sneak into the cave and... I've got nothing to do with this. My master is that way. Good job breaking it to them, hero. And all the enemy's attention actually shifted to me. What are the odds? The crazy dog, on the other hand, shot me a sloppily timed wink before strolling into the cave. Damn it, now she's sticking out her tongue. Do that again in my presence and I swear I'll pull it out. Hype up. Hype up. Hype up. The 3 mages cast enhancement spells onto the 3 warriors in the front row. The latter 3 then rushed at me as I stood scratching my face in confusion. The 2 warrior women seemed quicker than the rest, so I ought to take them out first. Rise, Okada boundary. Rise. Ground spell delivery. I snuck the Octa boundary past the approaching enemies, directing it to the mages in the back row. The warrior man seemed to have slightly loosened his guard upon guessing from my appearance that I was a mage, but he realized their negligence soon enough, prompting him to scowl as he got his stance back in shape. The warrior women followed suit. By this time, the mages were in the middle of drawing their second round of spell circles, excluding the 1 mage woman, who was caught in my Octa boundary. What? The 2 other mages stopped their actions, perhaps too surprised by a spell that they had never seen before. The approaching warriors, on the other hand, have stepped into my effective range. Now! Sharp Wind Cross. I invoked one of the spells that I had assigned as a swift magic. It was not the skilled grade large-scale magic spell that it was supposed to be, but 1 tier lower, having been redefined as one of the advanced grades to be able to fit in the swift magic slot. I had decided on this spell based on its effectiveness in situations that were especially dangerous or restrictive. For example, if I were to be stuck inside a cave, using any other large-scale magic spell would prove to be dangerous. The same applied to areas with dense vegetation, such as where I'm fighting at now. The sharp wind cross left quite a mark on the 2 warrior women, immediately eliminating them from the battle. At the same time, I turned to the 1 remaining warrior and invoked my appraisal glasses as he approached me. Wait, this is dash. I made an instantaneous shift of approach, switching off my intent to kill as I sweep, kicked the warrior man's leg and delivered a body blow just hard enough to knock him out. Only those 2 mages left. I hopped from the warrior man as he lied face down on the ground, landing myself on one of the tree branches, and in turn erasing myself from the mage's lines of sight. Alright, good. As I saw that those 2 now had the timing of their spell invocation thrown off, I took advantage of the delay to use some spells myself. Rise, parasitic edit. Count 2 and remote control. I cast my spell to interrupt the enemy's spell circles right as they were being completed, editing their spells to ones with the unintended effects. Slumber slight. The sleep state spell came out of the mage's circles. Although it was supposed to be fired straight ahead, I had made it so that it would hit the caster instead. And so the two mages lost their consciousness, dropping to their knees on the spot. I then hopped down from the tree and rushed to the injured warriors. I've gone too far. As it turned out, these people aren't bandits. That was what the warrior man's statistics sheet had informed me. First of all, I must heal them up. One warrior woman who had sustained deep cuts on her leg and was sweating profusely as she held the injury down. The other woman, who had been hit hard on her abdomen, had already passed out. First the unconscious one. Rise, dash. You, what are you doing? The still conscious warrior woman called out to me in coercion, perhaps concerned that I would be finishing her friend off. However, I had no time to respond to her. Rise. High cure adjust. All right, the injury's now closed up. She'd fainted from the pain, so she'll probably be fine after being left alone for a while. What? And you, hold out your leg. The warrior woman had a look of suspicion on her face as she held her badly cut leg still. With how bad the wounds were, it'll be quite difficult to treat. I couldn't just pop in some recovery spells and call it a day. If the parts were still connected, recovery magic would heal them up like normal, but if they were completely separated or destroyed, the magic would instead work toward closing up the wounds. Therefore, if done shoddily, a leg injured this badly would never come back in a perfect state. This was one of the reasons I had been studying the mechanisms of recovery magic inside out. This will hurt a little. Looks like she now understood that I wasn't hostile, but because of her pain she never let her guard down. I focused my arcane energy on my fingertips, materializing it in the form of needles, each thinner than a strand of hair. Sticking them in through the warrior's living thigh bone, I sent the energy coursing through her body. The needle's pointed ends stuck out from the centers of her injuries, tying back together the dead parts of her leg. Arcane energy existed within every human, and recovery magic worked by causing reactions with that energy within their bodies. Some parts of the woman's leg were too far separated from the rest, causing them to lose the arcane link with the rest of the body, and thus were unable to be healed with magic. Because of that, what I had to do was to force a connection of arcane energy. Arise, high cure adjust. Coo. What dash? It's all fit back together. Sure is. With the trick I'd used, the recovery magic could reach the dead parts they were not supposed to. It was my original implementation, and one of the few in my arsenal that had genuinely impressed Tus and Melchi. And then, I felt an exceptionally intense source of arcane energy behind me. The following voice that called out to me had the power to compel one to instantly turn and look. Oh, good grief. I was wondering who it was that tripped the magic net. And it just had to be you, of all people. Quite a sentimental, albeit unexpected, reunion, is it not? I recognized that voice. However, it was one of the voices I didn't want to remember. If my memories had a mind of its own, I'm sure it would agree. The sun rendered me unable to make out the appearance of that person at this time. A shadow. And yes, just a shadow. The figure approached, one step at a time, gradually revealing a recognizable silhouette. I remember becoming so used to seeing that strut. Where had it been again? I recalled my memories of all the time I had spent with this enigmatic character, prioritizing it over my worry for Pochi, who had just entered the cave by herself. Shows how powerful this new face is, I suppose. His arcane energy and charisma were off the charts. While I scratched my head and tried to dig up my memories, the warrior woman, with her leg fixed up as good as new, stood right up. Then she snapped into a salute pose with one hand on her chest, greeting the shadow. Was it just me, or was she quite disciplined? She could pass as a member of an organized army. Now hold up a minute. I might have seen this salute before. If I remember correctly, it was at the Magic University. Oh, now I remember. It was the salute a certain group of students had decided on arbitrarily for greeting that guy they greatly respected. Apologies for causing a ruckus, Sir Warren. I wonder why. Something tells me that the shadow is chuckling mischievously, with a creepy grin signature to that guy. No less. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.